Hi, Nancy. Can you hear?
I can, yes. Good morning,
Oh,
Scott.
hi. Good morning, Nancy. I just wanted to check. I don't know if others can hear or not.
Good morning, anybody.
Good morning. This is Row Truck.
Hi, this is Bob Dunleavy. How you doing, Scott?
Hello, Bob Dunleavy. Good morning, sir.
I guess you're calling in too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You think I'd be smart to figure that one out, right?
You never know.
Yeah. Especially with my knowledge of technology, I stay away from as much as I can because I don't understand it. You doing all right?
Oh, yes, sir. Very, very well.
Good, good. You know, I guess there's only going to be 3 or 4 people there for the meeting, so
I think you're right.
well, we'll go through it.
Mark, we don't have any audio.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
I'm good now.
Is Mr. Gabriel's mic on?
It is now. That's my first mistake.
I hope you don't make too many more.
Just don't count them. Okay. Okay. How about the approval of the minutes? There's action that's necessary.
Approval of the agenda first.
The agenda. I'm sorry. Second mistake.
Well, we're here to help, Victor. I move that we approve it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Recognitions. Ms. Day.
Good morning, Vice President Gabriel, President White, and members of the board. We do have one recognition today, and I would ask that Dr. Amelia Quartz come to the podium and introduce her delegation.
Good morning, Vice President Gabriel, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board. Thank you for having us today. If I were to ask you to think about an excellent school business partnership, what comes to your mind? Maybe you think of one of the amazing career technical education business partnerships that we have across West Virginia that are helping students become career ready. Maybe you think of a communities and schools business partnership that is providing backpacks or helping meet students' basic needs. Or maybe you think of a local Read Aloud program in your community where businesses are volunteering monthly to read to students. No matter what your answer to that question, we need your help today, because we want to shine a spotlight on the excellent partnerships that are across West Virginia and the impact that they're having on students. So I'm really thrilled to announce today that we're launching the Hope for the Future School Business Partnership of the Year Award. You have a little flyer in front of you, and working with Superintendent Blatt and her team, we're going to identify 8 regional winners in the 4 Strive regions that will get a $2,000 award, and 1 state winner that will receive a $25,000 prize package. And this would obviously not be possible without our partnership with Hope Gas. So today we're so thrilled to have the Vice President of Hope Gas, Greg Hoyer, speak to us about this.
Thank you so much, Amelia. Thank you. Thank the board for allowing us to take a few minutes to talk. We really appreciate the partnership with the Education Alliance. Just over 2 years ago, Hope Utilities acquired the Dominion Natural Resources assets, gas utility assets from Dominion, and we brought back the Hope Gas name, which is a 127-year-old company name, and really ingrained in the state of West Virginia and in Appalachia. And since that time, we've had the opportunity to relocate a lot of our staff and office to the Morgantown area. So we still have our traditional offices across North Central West Virginia, but our utility company is headquartered in Morgantown. And we've been focused on bringing that Hope name back and making Hope a West Virginia company again. And that's been a wonderful thing for all of us. I came over about 9 months ago after spending about 20 years in the natural gas production world in West Virginia and Appalachia. And it's been a pleasure to work for a company that is so focused on West Virginia in particular and the region more broadly. The great thing about our CEO and our employees is they're focused on being parts of the community. Many of you probably have seen, we have an ad campaign right now, Hope, West Virginia is for Hope, and we are about to embark on a project from the community affairs side of the business, keeping our kids in West Virginia. And this partnership is all a big part of making sure that we're engaged and involved in the community. So I thank you guys for your support, and we look forward to working with the Education Alliance to promote this and find and identify and highlight the wonderful partnerships that are happening all across the state between business and education. So thank you very much.
Just want to thank Education Alliance and Hope Gas. We've talked a lot about the education system can't do it alone, and we hope this will really encourage more of our businesses and communities to get involved in our schools. So thank you.
Thanks.
Before you go, it's all right if I make a comment? It's good to see you both here today. Always a joy, and to see, I'm pleased that the Education Alliance is in many ways going back to its roots. This is where you started, I don't know how many years ago. 40. And so it's wonderful to see this. And Mr. Hoyer, it's wonderful that Hope Gas is in this partnership. Just a quick question. How are schools, how do you determine who receives these awards?
Yes, that's an excellent question. So we have a council that have been working really for the last 2 years, and we have 4 regional teams. Each region has identified a person, and all 4 of those people are actually in the school system, and they're identifying judges. So we have categories of judges. We want folks from local chambers and schools and communities and to be representative. And I'm really appreciative. We have several members today of our council with us in the audience today, but they are serving as those regional judges. And then the criteria is also on the website. So it's easy for schools to register. You can see they can go to educationalliance.org/Caperton, answer 4 questions, and then nominate their partnership.
Would you like to introduce the people that are with you?
Would all of the folks that are serving on the council please stand? I don't want to miss anyone. Just 2. There we go. So I think those folks as well.
And I assume you'll use this same model as other businesses get involved. Is that your thought?
This is open to any business and any school to nominate their existing partnership, whether it's an elementary school that has a Read Aloud partnership or a CTE program. Any school can apply, any business can apply. And so we want the more, the merrier. The goal is really to, again, not only shine a light on the great partnerships that are currently in existence, but also to inspire others to partner with their local schools.
Well, it's noble work. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today with you.
Thank you. Ms. Day.
Okay.
Are there any other recognitions?
There are no other recognitions. Thank you.
Delegations?
Our delegations, we have a few of those. Vice President Vick, first we have Dan Busher, and he's going to speak to the topic of Randolph County Schools.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Can we know in advance how many delegations we're going to have to speak? I just like to keep score.
Yes, sir. We have 6, and I believe 2 are presenting together.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, members of the State Board of Education and Superintendent Blatt. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few remarks. My name is Dan Bucher. I'm here with my wife, Judy. I'm a retired healthcare administrator. My wife is a retired educator and library director. We're parents and grandparents of students from Harmon. As you're aware, Randolph County is the largest geographical county in the state. It's also one of the sparsest counties in the state, with 27 people per square mile, compared to the state average of 77 people per square mile. The distance from the north end of the county to the southern part of the county is approximately 70 miles. It's no surprise that Randolph County's school system faces numerous challenges. Our students and scores are dismal and near the bottom in the state. Secondly, financial issues have led Dr. Dilley, County Superintendent of Schools, to propose consolidating Randolph County's most rural schools. I'm not here to present arguments as to why the proposed consolidation of Harmon and Pickens School would cause undeniable harm to their students and communities. However, I will make one comment on the impact statement prepared by Randolph County Superintendent Dr. Dilley. The statement contained a series of proven misrepresentations and inaccuracies, which was sufficient to give pause to the members of the County Board of Education, who ultimately chose not to approve the recommendation to consolidate the two most rural schools. And this, as you're aware, occurred within the last 2 months. I'm here today to ask you how parents and community members can be advocates for solutions to improve both funding and academic results. Solutions that you, as state board members, believe are effective but have yet to gain recognition or acceptance by our legislators and policymakers. I posed this question to Jeff Kelly, who I believe is Deputy Superintendent for Accountability. His response was that he had never been asked that question before and really had no suggestions for me. Regionalization of our county school board offices is but one of many ways to streamline the bureaucracy necessary to operate our state's school systems. That has the potential to save millions of dollars annually. It opens the door also to regional schools that are not arbitrarily impacted by county lines. Recognizing and adopting the methods and approaches of our state's most effective teachers seems obvious, but yet underutilized. One other suggestion is also to learn from other states that are making some incredible improvements. And as you're probably aware, within the last few weeks, Louisiana has announced some incredible gains in their test scores for elementary school kids. Structured engagement of entire communities in the success of their school students, though not easy, is probably one of the most powerful influences in bringing needed improvement to our educational outcomes. Please consider us as partners in the educational system. Devise ways to harness the energy, the passion, the experience of those of us in communities spread across this great state. Let us know of your vision and your ideas within which we can enthusiastically support, promote, and participate. In Randolph County, we're not seeking results comparable to our peers in other counties or other states. We aspire to be the best. Our children and our future of our state deserve no less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Tara Ramo, speaking to the issue of truth.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. The book of Mark, chapters 1, 8, and 16, selected verses circa AD 55 to 65. Now, after John was arrested, Jesus came into Galilee proclaiming the gospel of God and saying, "The time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel." And calling the crowd to him with his disciples, he said to them, "If anyone would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whoever would save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake and the gospel's will save it. For what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his soul? For what can a man give in return for his soul? For whoever is ashamed of me and of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him will the Son of Man also be ashamed when he comes in the glory of his Father with the holy angels." And he said to them, "Go into all the world and proclaim the gospel to the whole creation. Whoever believes and is baptized will be saved, but whoever does not believe will be condemned. Most holy and gracious Heavenly Father, as we have embarked upon a new year, 2025, please grant us a sober awareness of the brevity of our earthly lives, a daily recognition that each moment is a gift intended to be gifted back to you. Beautiful Savior, Lord Jesus Christ, you are more than worthy of our pursuit. Please fill us with a deep desire to surrender our souls into your tender care and merciful covering. Powerful and purifying Holy Spirit, lead us into all truth and align our hearts with yours. Amen.
Our next delegation is David Klukowski with West Virginia Professional Educators, speaking about their 2025 legislative goals.
Good morning from West Virginia Professional Educators. I'd like to share with you this morning what we are presenting to the legislators during this session. And you do have a handout there in front of you, a 3-page handout. And first up is a call to action for the West Virginia legislature, keeping our students and schools safe. And we're asking our legislators to listen to our educators' concerns, read the comments in this flyer, target funding for alternative programs, behavior specialists, and mental health professionals. Also target funding for West Virginia Strive, the new program that we've started here, that the department has started here in the state. Also update the code and policy to expedite the referral process for disruptive and unsafe behavior cases. And you'll also see on this handout, this flyer, some direct quotes from our members of West Virginia Professional Educators from our annual survey. So I won't go through those, but you can take a look at those at your leisure. On the second page of it, we have some alarming statistics from our annual survey, which you can also read through those, and I will also address those on the next page. So that's one flyer that we're presenting to the legislatures. The yellow sheet that you see there is our 2025 legislative goals, and some of these are ones we've used in the past, but we feel they're still important. So I'll go through those. We've also added some data to these goals as well to let our legislators know about our members' comments about those. So number one, our first goal, to ensure the safety of students and school personnel, discipline protocols as mandated by HB 2890 and West Virginia Code need to be revised to address issues at the elementary level and provide a seamless process in managing pre-K and K-12 student behavior issues. And from our survey, it says there over 70% of our respondents agree that discipline problems in the classroom are increasing. Less than 50% of the same respondents feel discipline issues are being handled effectively. Our second goal, to better meet the needs of 7th through 12th grade students, class size limits for secondary schools need to be established and enabled by a change in the student funding formula to assist county districts in successfully implementing these limits. And as you see there, nearly 90% of our respondents agree that a class size limit policy is needed in grades 7 through 12. Our goal number 3, educators hired since July 2015 and every educator who is in retirement plan tier 2 should have the option to convert their unused sick days into years of service or for insurance premiums. Over 95% of our survey respondents agree that all educators should have this option to better utilize accumulated sick days. Our goal number 4, teacher salaries and incentives should be increased to attract and retain new educators and to be competitive with salaries offered in neighboring states. We've heard Governor Morrissey talk about that as well. And again, 98% of our survey respondents, and this is no surprise, agree that raises are needed to retain and recruit educators here in West Virginia. And number 5, quickly, the legislature needs to establish a sustainable funding plan for PEIA to avert the 14% premium increase proposed for fiscal year 2026. And as you can imagine, that's pretty much unanimous in our group. The rest of what you see here is just more of a discussion of our goals, and then I've also just included the results from our annual survey from all the questions that we asked during that survey last fall. Thank you for your time, and we are here to work with you all. So again, thank you.
Our next delegation is Christy Skidmore with AFT, joined by Dale Lee of WVEA, speaking on the topic of PEIA and assisting schools.
Morning. Even though we're doing this together, we're asking that we give the 3 minutes apiece because we have several things to discuss. Superintendent Blatt, Vice President Gabriel, members of the board, I'd like to first introduce you to the new president of AFT West Virginia, Christy Skidmore, and let her introduce herself.
Good morning. It's nice to be here with you all this morning. My name is Christy Skidmore. As Dale said, I was elected as AFT West Virginia president in November. I stepped out of the classroom with 30 years teaching experience, mostly as a Title I reading specialist, all of those years in Randolph County. Thank you, Dan, for your presentation this morning on Randolph County. And I'm happy to be here, and we're going to discuss some important issues with you.
First of all, I've been in front of the board many times to talk about the mental and emotional health of our students, and we need to address that, particularly at the elementary level. We ask that you continue to support efforts to put alternative settings in the elementary school so we can take care of these needs. But what we're here to discuss is twofold. One, with the PEI announcement in December of the premium increases, and more importantly than the increase of 14%, the 40% increase in the out-of-pocket costs and copays, things like that. We have jointly, AFT West Virginia and WVEA, went to every county school board in the state to ask them to join us in signing a resolution to support the educators in stabilizing PEIA. Christy presented you documents from 54 of the 55 counties. The 55th one, Upshur County, passed it last night. We just don't have a hard copy of it yet, but all 55 counties adopted this resolution. So we're going to ask, we know you can't do anything at this meeting, but we're going to ask that you put this on your board agenda for the next meeting and support the educators of West Virginia. Everywhere we go, we have teacher vacancies, bus driver vacancies, aide vacancies, and everything else. And this rising cost continues to be a problem. When you talk about we've received raises for the last 6 years in West Virginia, all they've done is offset some of the cost of PEI increases. And even with increased salary increases in 4 of the last 6 years, West Virginia dropped to 51st in the nation in pay. We can't sustain this. Our kids deserve better. So in addition to the petitions that we gave, we have an online online petition. The survey was the resolution. Online petition that's signed by over 7,000 educators across the state of West Virginia, saying we need to find some way to stabilize PEIA. It's time for the legislature to take serious action and call us back to the table and say, let's figure this thing out. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christy for the second item on our agenda.
Well, first, I'd just like to add to the PEIA situation. I just stepped out of the classroom, as I said, in November, and I've been a local leader for a long time in my county. And teachers, education employees list stress and burnout as one of the top reasons for leaving education. And the instability of PEIA only leads to that stress. And we fear even more shortages due to that reason. Dale mentioned shortages, bus drivers. Again, just stepping out of the classroom, I can't tell you how many days we were without bus runs. And that's a pretty big disruption. Even people don't realize that's a big disruption in the lives of students, parents, and in the functioning of the school. So again, we just fear without stabilization of PEIA that we're going to experience more shortages and disruptions, which obviously leads to less academic success. So again, we urge legislature to help us to find solutions to stabilize PEIA. Now, another issue we're facing is all the snow days. And again, coming from Randolph County, we're a county who has experienced that. we're not really a stranger to that, but we know that we have the built-in non-traditional days. We know that we've already made some approaches to try to maybe increase those, and we know that's not an option at this time. But we just hope that maybe both WVEA and AFT West Virginia hope that maybe we can figure out a way to work with counties to alleviate maybe a waiver or something to alleviate some of the stress of those snow days. Anything else, Dale?
Superintendent Blatt, we both sent you an email, and thank you for your response. And we understand that your hands are tied in certain areas, but we also know that January was unprecedented for the snow and the cold. And now southern West Virginia is hit again the last 2 days with the snow and everything else. Our counties need help. And so we're asking you when they reach out and say, we need a waiver of this, is that those waivers be granted and that you let them know in advance. We know that you may not be able to meet your requirements this year. If that is the case, ask us for help and we will be able to reach out and help you with this. One day is not going to make a difference for a kid. If we're serious about the days in the classroom, then we need to address the absenteeism and the truancy of our kids too, because I think we have over 10% of our kids are chronic absent with 18 days or more. So one snow day is not going to make that big of a difference. So thank you for that. And again, we ask you that for your next board agenda, we'll give you a sample copy of a resolution to join us in the fight in PEIA. Thank you.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the future.
Our last delegation is Dr. Mickey Blackwell, West Virginia Principals Association.
Good morning, everyone, board members who are online. Madam Superintendent, I'd like to say hello and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Mickey Blackwell, Executive Director of the West Virginia Principals Association, the largest association of public educators, administrators in the state of West Virginia. That being said, I thought that I should just get up here and say ditto to everyone who has spoken so far, because everything they said is true. I hope that you guys are out working with our legislators. We need better pay. We need our benefits secure, and we need safer and more modern classrooms as well as schools. No one disagrees with that. We just need to make sure that we go about it sensibly. I wanted to say that when one of our delegates talk about what does it gain for a man to lose their soul, for a person to lose their soul, and I started thinking about what's being done to public education and what are we losing when we lose our public education. We're losing our soul, not only of our students, but of our democracy as well. So with all of those happy thoughts, I'd like to say happy Valentine's Day to everyone this week. If you've never been a school principal, Valentine's Day is like. It is one of the worst days of the year. Half of them are crying, half of them are happy, half of them want to fight somebody else who sent some flowers in. You have to have a policy about when you can get your flowers delivered, or if you can have them delivered at all. Or are you having a dance? Who's going to monitor the dance? You have no idea what Valentine's Day is, and I can see someone laughing because she's been through that several times. I want to wish happy Valentine's Day to the legislature and tell them to use their hearts and use their minds this upcoming session. We talk about school safety. The topic that I hit on every time is we need full-time principals and we need a full-time counselor in every school. Make it a law. I urge the legislatures today to start implementing this as quickly as possible. 2, don't give our public money away. Okay? If we have these schools that are wanting to compete with us, let them go and raise their money. I don't get mad and want my own turnpike built so I can drive a straight road instead of a crooked road. I decide that I'm going to take part in what the public has, and I want to be part of a public situation. 3, as you know, I am a professor at West Virginia State University, and I just want to say that we are a university founded on equality, opportunity, inclusion, and diversity. And somehow these have become terrible words to say out loud. And I don't know why that is, unless you want to be built on hate instead of love. And on Valentine's Day, I want to say that if you're against these things, say out loud to yourself, I do not believe in diversity. I do not believe in inclusion. I do not believe in equity. And ask yourself how that sounds. I'm going to be just a second. Special education, when I was younger, those poor special education kids were put away in a room. They're not anymore. They have buses, they have accommodations, and they are here. That's called diversity, equity, and inclusion. We now have full-time women's sports across the board. That's called diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if you just want to say I support special education and women's sports, then you can say I support diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I want to thank you for that. I hope you consider what that means. I hope you celebrate Black History Month. And I want to invite everybody to the statewide Assistant Principals Conference in Morgantown, March 5th through the 7th. Anyone who would like to attend, please come see me. Anyone who would like to discuss diversity, equity, and inclusion, I would be happy to talk to you for days about this situation and how we can work together. Thank you very much. Let's hope for the legislature, and let's hope for public education.
Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'd like to make a comment,
Sure.
if I may, please. Sir, I just wanted to call the public's attention to a policy that is on the consent agenda. It has to do with personal electronic devices in schools. And while it's very important that folks out there read and respond to policies that are put out on comment, this is one that, and I speak as a prior school principal, this really hits close to the heart. It's going to affect the way a lot of schools are going to operate. So please, 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 I urge everyone, superintendents, central office, principals, teachers, students, parents, to look at this policy and see what it says. And I'm not saying pro or con. I'm just saying just read it and respond, because at the end of the day, the folks in the trenches are going to be the ones who have to deal with it. So please, it's the electronic device policy. I would just like to call that people's attention. And I do move to accept the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman.
All in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion.
I have a question about, and maybe it's a process question, but we have a couple of closures on the consent agenda. Am I reading that correct? They're under new business? Okay. I'll hold my question. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is new business.
Did we vote? Aye.
I'm sorry. All in favor of the consent agenda. I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All against? Next item is new business. West Virginia Secondary School, under A, West Virginia Secondary School Activities Commission, WVA SSAC, Series 3, provisions governing contests, provisions, and governing conduct, yes. Mr. Price, is he here?
No, we have Cindy Daniels, Mrs. Daniels.
Mrs. Daniels?
Good morning, Superintendent Blatt, board members, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Price is ill and under the weather this morning, so he asked me if I could come in case you all had any questions or needed anything.
You feel like a sacrificial lamb?
Well, I live in Charleston also, so I'm closest, so it really wasn't too bad. Other parking was...
Just kidding.
I'll defer if anybody else has questions first. All right. Well, good morning.
Good
morning. Good to see you as always. And I thank you for meeting with us today. And we all recognize the importance of sports and other extracurricular activities in students' lives. Looking at the proposal that has been submitted to us, it looks like it primarily boils down to the classification system. Is that? I mean, I know that's a simplistic.
No, you are correct, Mrs. Sullivan.
And frankly, I'm glad to see that you're looking at a 2-year. Is that not in the proposal? It was in one that I read. The 2-year reclassification rather than 4.
That was one of the two proposals that passed at the Board of Control meeting, yes.
And, with all that's going on in our schools, as you look at the numbers, the decreases in enrollments, the ups and the downs, mostly the downs, I think that's such a wise thing. And I applaud your members for thinking about that. But, there's some other things that are very problematic, I think, and need to be addressed, and that has to do with how you will count students. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one who feels this way. I find it alarming, demeaning in ways, and so I hope that that's not something that is going to be approved, but there's a broader classification question. And I was a principal for 28 years, and so I know the rules, and I care deeply about our extracurriculars. But something that appears to be in place is a bias toward larger schools. When you look at football, and I don't know if I have my numbers right here, but football really stands out. You have 16 quadruples, and they have more than twice a shot at championships than do schools in the other classes. 31 and 36, I think 31, 36. So they're being given a break. So I would hope that as you all look at things, that you'll look at a more equitable balance. I know you've tried over the years. I've watched that, because back in the day, it was really very much worse. But but to go back to the question of the count, how to count students, when the federal government classifies students as being economically disadvantaged, they put money in the schools. Title I, for example. Is the SSAC proposing to put money into school programs, athletic programs that have higher populations of disadvantaged students? Is there any monetary benefit?
No, ma'am, there's not any monetary benefit. If I could just maybe for the record to clarify, I think a lot of folks have a misconception or misunderstanding when they hear WVSSAC. So we are an organization made up of our member schools, both high school and middle school, where there are 4 administrators in the office in Parkersburg, and our charge is to interpret and enforce the rules that are in fact voted on by the membership. So the proposals that are before you for consideration came from a principal, and we have a meeting, as you all know, annually that meets, and they're discussed and they're voted upon, and then they come to you. So in no way does the proposals that are before you are not necessarily something that we endorse or we approve of. It's simply we're charged with going through the process, which we did, and the process ended up being that those 2 proposals received majority votes. So I will tell you that we have another meeting scheduled for the end of March. We have 2 classification proposals that we will be discussing, and they are solely based on enrollment.
Good. I'm delighted to hear that. And thank you for clarifying the organization. Because that's important, yes, that people do understand that you all in the office up there are not the grand poobahs of everything sports. But I would, hope that as you look at your classification, that you not only look at the numbers of schools, but also look at the numbers of schools in the regions and the sections. Again, that's, really out of balance. And I won't continue, but you know how I feel. And I feel very strongly that our sports make a difference in children's lives. They want to go to school because they want to play sports. They behave better. They work harder. It's so critical so that we give everybody the best opportunity we can. So I'm glad to hear you're going to be meeting again. Delighted. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you for your support.
Madam Superintendent.
Yes, I would like to recommend to the board that we reject putting this out on comment and return it back to the SSAC for further deliberation on this policy.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make that motion. This is Nancy.
Second.
Motion and second. All approved? All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. And thank you for a good job on the spur of the moment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
it. Next item on the agenda is the Nicholas County closure and consolidation of Summersville Elementary, Glade Creek Elementary, and Summersville Middle School.
Good morning, President White, Vice President
Mr.
Gabriel,
Whitlow.
Superintendent Blatt, members of the board. Nicholas County has an action to close some schools and consolidate into Summersville Elementary School. This action was already in their CEFP. The board amended their CEFP in November of 23, so that process has already been met. And I think you're aware this is related to the schools that were impacted by the 2016 flood recovery. The Nicholas County Board of Education respectfully requests approval for the closure and consolidation of Summersville Elementary School, Glade Creek Elementary School, and Summersville Middle School into a new Summersville academic complex. This closure is not contingent on any other actions, and it's proposed to occur and be completed for the 2027 school year. Applicable board policies were reviewed and followed, and documents were available for public inspection for the required time. They held their closure hearings for Summersville Elementary School, Glade Creek Elementary School, and Summersville Middle School on November 20th of 2024. And then the board voted to approve these closures on December 2nd of 24. Superintendent Beam is here for any questions and a little presentation about how construction is going in the county.
Good morning. Thank you. We had our closure hearings on November the 20th, and we had 0 participants. No parents came. No parents came to delegations in previous board meetings. Nobody put anything in the Nicholas Chronicle. Everybody was very aware of what we were trying to accomplish. Summersville Elementary School is one of our older elementary schools. It's probably 70 years old. It's in very much disrepair, and so we included it in this project. To give you a little background, I think it's important to give you a little background on this for those of you who may not be aware. In 2016, when the flood hit Nicholas County, the original proposal was to build a new Nicholas County High School and Vocational Center. And to make a long story short, that started in 16 or 17. I came to Nicholas County, back home to Nicholas County in 23. And the first thing we had to do, first board meeting I had to reject the bids on that proposed project because it was $75 million over budget. And there was no way that Nicholas County could take on that responsibility. So we immediately moved to a different plan, and that plan is what we're going to talk about a bit today, was to consolidate Summersville Elementary, Summersville Middle School, which was destroyed in the flood, and Glade Creek Elementary School, which is only located 1 mile from the new construction. And so that's kind of where we went. We needed to be able to find a project that would both help our students. This is going to include 37% of Nicholas County students in this one building, and also be able to be under budget. We couldn't afford to go over budget. The FEMA money that was given to us, we had to follow the rules of FEMA, and FEMA and the SBA and State Board. Everybody's worked really well with us to get to this point. So we're real excited about this project. This summer will be 9 years. And that's a long time for the kids to be in the pods that they've been in. And I'm going to be giving you some news here in a few minutes about the progress of these two projects. But I'll be glad to answer any questions you have about our closures.
Well, just a comment. It's nice to see you here, and I remember vividly our past Nicholas County adventures. So this is refreshing.
Thank you.
And so you'll give a presentation, and then we may have questions after that.
Yeah, I know you got a big agenda. I could talk 2 hours on this project, but I won't bore you with that. But on the screen, you have a picture of the Cherry River facility. I need to tell you about both projects. This project here, when Richwood High School and Richwood Middle School was destroyed, there was a lot, as you all remember, there was a lot of back and forth on how to proceed from there. To make a long story short, what we've done is we've taken the present day Cherry River Elementary School and built on a middle school and high school section. And that's what you see here. This is a lodge-like look. The history of Richwood is the timber industry. And so this is very apropos for our school to look to show its roots. And so that building right now is I'm very happy to announce that this current school year, 3 months from now, we'll be getting those kids out of the pods in Richwood. We are moving the Richwood Middle and Richwood High School students to the new facility this summer. And we met with the schools last week to give them the news. We didn't want to break it to them until we were positive that the contractors and the architects were sure that this was going to actually happen. And so they will be finished by June 30th, and then our maintenance people will start moving the new materials into the new building. Now, the Cherry River situation, what we had to do in Cherry River, and you may or may not be aware, is back in the fall, we had some major issues with the current Cherry River Elementary School. Got to the point that we had to move the students out. We had to find a location for them. At first, we thought we was running out of water in Richwood. I was told we had 10 days of water left. So I sat down with my staff and I said, what are we going to do with these kids? Where are we going to move them to? Because we have 2 elementary schools that are fairly close in proximity from Cherry River. We ultimately decided to move those students to Panther Creek, which is a school I was formerly principal of for 10 years. So I was very familiar with that building. And the fact that they had lost so many students over the years, there was room to move the Cherry River students up to Panther Creek and put them in a safer environment. When the students were at Cherry River, there's a lot of construction going on. We was always concerned about kids running out in front of a bulldozer or something. And so we had that. We had all kind of leak problems with our roof. We had water getting into our electrical systems. I mean, it was a mess. So we moved those kids up there, and we told the parents and the community, and I did this. I said, our plan is to get those students back to Cherry River at the beginning of the school year in August. Well, I had to back off on that because what happened is when we moved the Cherry River kids out, it allowed our contractors to get inside that part of the building and start working inside more than they would have been able to do. Otherwise, they'd had to wait until next summer to start this process. So we've saved ourselves a lot of time by getting the contractors inside the facility to work without students there. As a result of that, the middle school and high school section are going to be completed in June. And so it didn't make any sense to me to move our elementary kids into the middle school and high school wing temporarily while they finish the other part of the building. Why not move our high school and middle school kids up there permanently, get those teachers in their classrooms, get them set up permanently, and then keep the elementary kids at Panther Creek, which is a nice facility. It's a safe facility, and the kids are doing well there. And so I went and explained to them, and I have to credit Cherry River Elementary School staff. They were very receptive. They applauded the fact that the high school and the middle school kids were going to get out of those god-awful pods. They are falling apart. I mean, this last spell we had with weather, the floors, the kids have to go outside to go between classes. There's a corridor, but it leaks. It pours like a sieve. With all this cold weather, the floors in the hallway did this to where we couldn't close our doors in the pods in zero weather. That's not good. So we had to have our maintenance guys go underneath that building, take out the floor, drop the floor down so we could shut the doors, And then when the weather gets better, we got to raise the floor back up. But I told her we got 3 more months of this, and then we'll be out of these buildings. So that's what our new elementary school is going to look like. We have 2 entrances. This is the elementary entrance here that you see up front. And in the back side of the building, where the original entrance for Cherry River was, is now the middle school and high school entry. Parents always are concerned about when you have a school with a pre-K-12 configuration, they don't want the high school kids around my kindergarten kids and all this kind of stuff. We hear this stuff all the time. But we are making a concerted effort, both with this building and our new complex, to keep those kids separate as much as we possibly can. But if Micah, if you'll put take that one down, put the next one up, or to show them, this is the one we're building at Glade Creek. This construction actually started. They've been doing on the groundwork for quite a while, but actually started laying blocks and pouring footers and those things the last Monday in July of this year. And if you could go on our county website and you could go to the cameras and you could see these facilities, it's amazing the construction is taking place. The gymnasium and the auditorium is already completed. And they've already started the wings on the different corridors. We have 6 different wings on that building, and they're going to have 60 masons on property, 10 on each wing, to raise that building up. We think there's a real good possibility by this time next year the building will be completely on the roof, and they can do a lot more work. So our date for getting those kids into that building would be June of 2027, and then with these 2 new facilities, we would have over 50% of our students in 2 new schools. And we have 2 other schools in our county that are fairly new. So Nicholas County is being a lot better condition than they are now. We will have 5 elementary schools left after these 2 buildings are completed. And, we'll see where that goes. For that, we have a couple of the schools that are very, very, very small. And, we don't know what's going to happen with that situation yet. But again, I wanted to give you all a little preview of what our it looks like. I could spend all kind of time, but I'm boring everybody now. I'm sorry for that, but I'm excited about getting our kids out of these pods and into a new facility. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions?
Please.
Deborah?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for, it's been a long time coming where you're getting to, and it's good to see you get there. And I know that you and your board are working together to make these good things happen. And I was interested to read in your documents some comments that were made by board members at your December meeting. And I appreciated comments made about the value of small schools, that we cannot lose sight of that. The difficulty in finding certified teachers, that's a problem. The antiquated school aid formula that needs to be adjusted. And I thought this was very well stated, and I probably didn't write it down exactly, but a desire to have children attend public schools because they want what the schools have to offer. And there's so much. I looked at your demographics in the county, and as of, I guess, October, that's when the second month account is done, 3,189. And that's down about 400 in the past 5 years. Then you look at the flip side. There are 383 homeschoolers. Plus, you have 28 virtual charter schools students. You have 117 Hope scholarships. Those children are mostly in private schools. A lot of them are online, etc. So it appears that the decline in your school enrollment is not because people are leaving the county. Is that am I reading it right?
We're not losing students. We're just losing students to homeschool and Hope Scholarship.
Okay.
That's where we're losing our kids.
And what kind of involvement do you have with these children who are in the county, either as homeschoolers or whatever?
We try to reach out to those families as much as we can. Our attendance director is actually over our homeschool programs, And, we run into obstacles every time we try to check on a child. We're threatened with attorneys saying you're not allowed to ask where these kids are or how they're doing or things like that. And then you see the things that happen, in our state that we regret not checking on these kids a little bit quicker. So we do try to check on those. And when we do have parents come in to fill out the homeschool papers, they've already made up their mind they want to homeschool their children. But we try to explain to them the benefits of staying in a public school system. But like I say, they've made up their mind, and most of the time, and I want to make sure I preface this in saying most of the time, the parents who leave our school systems, these are not students who are unhappy with the educational system. They're unhappy because their attendance is so poor, we're having to follow up on that, or students are being expelled because of some of the issues that students do, and they decide just to pull their kids out rather than go through those different protocols. And we explained to them, for example, we had a student, I have to tell you this, and I know I'm sorry, but I have to tell you this one little story real quick. We had a 7-year-old student came into our offices back in the fall and with a mother. She's going to homeschool a child. And my attendance director tried to explain to him, why are you doing this? Well, I can't get him out of bed. He doesn't want to come to school and all this. And so at the end of this, she simply looked at the young man and said, well, do you want to stay in school or do you want to stay home? What do you think he said? Go stay home. And so we have that all the time. And so we're losing a lot of these students that really aren't the best academic students to start with. And to be very frank, and sometimes I'm too frank, and I'm reminded of that often, is that a lot of these kids are going to homeschool to parents who are not trying to homeschool their kids. Those kids aren't getting any education. Now, don't get me wrong. We've got some homeschool parents in Nicholas County that I like to hire from my own schools because they're wonderful. They do fantastic jobs. They need to do it for the right reason. Homeschool is not a dirty word, but it's just abused by people who are just trying to avoid the system.
And with a Hope Scholar homeschool child, they have to submit a test, or don't they have to do something to keep their Hope Scholarship going? There's very few guidelines that the parents have to follow. And that's one of the problems. It used to be years ago when I was a principal in Nicholas County that when you had a homeschool parent, they had to come in, you had to have a portfolio, you had to prove that they were doing something to the education. But now you're even criticized if you even ask them what kind of program they're going to use. What's none of your business. That's what they tell us. So it's really tough. It's tough. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Oh, amen. Amen. So, well, thank you so much for your presentation, and it's good to hear the good news coming out of Nicholas County. A lot of good news in Nicholas County. It's high time, and bravo, and best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Is there a motion that the closure and consolidation of Summersville Elementary School? Great. Oh,
I'd raised my hand earlier, but you didn't see me. But first of all, congratulations on job well done under difficult circumstances. And you cleared up one thing for me in your commentary was that you had amended your CEFP in 23. For me, and I think the record, it would be helpful if that type of information was in the notes, in the commentary here, because it's instructive for me. I think it would also be helpful to know that the background on this. I mean, this was a very special set of circumstances. You had a huge flood, maybe two, and that would help complete the record, I think, for me and maybe others that would be looking at this. And so when you step your way through this and you get to the bottom here and it says based on the information, the recommendation is made. Who is making that recommendation? Is that a staff recommendation? I mean, I've heard their recommendation. They're here to say, hey, we're for this. Right. But who is making the recommendation to this body that this action?
You're talking about for the closure itself?
I am.
Well, that's really up to the local people that are elected to that board.
I think you misunderstand my question. They've gone through their process. They've gone through their process on a county level, and they have followed that. And apparently, according to what's in the text here, they have followed the first step, and that is develop a CEFP. And pursuant to that, this should have been included in it, right? So my question is, first of all, was this closure in the amended 23 plan?
Well, you have to do an amended CEFP every year. Mm-hmm. So not just in 23, but in 24 and 25. So every year that you have to make any kind of changes to this, you have to put it in CEFP and get it approved by the school board, state board, and the SBA and all this.
Okay. So maybe I'm asking an inartful question. So are you asking us to approve the amended CEFP that includes this closure?
No, we're just asking to approve the closures of those 3 facilities.
So are we skipping a step?
Because we've already approved the amended
yes,
CEFP
previously for
the previous meeting.
Yes.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes.
That was my initial question. Was this closure in your CEFP?
Yes.
That had been approved. Okay,
yes.
So that's check 1. So check 2 is now you're here to say we want to act on that plan.
They've acted on all. I'm sorry. They've acted on all of it. They've went through all the steps and did everything. Now we're going to approve what they've done.
I think I'm understanding this, but
I didn't understand your question, and I apologize.
Okay. And I'm doing this for effect, and I'm doing it for a reason. I want to make sure that we're following the step, because I don't think school closure happens or can happen unless there is a proper CEFP that is in place that has been ratified.
You are correct.
Okay.
And that has been done. And I don't know that it's needed to be done annually unless there are changes to the CEFP.
Well, we have to provide to Mr. Whitlow every year the CEFP updates. We do them usually every December. So
the key word is updates.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Updates, not necessarily changes.
That's done annually, and that's required by the SBA.
Okay. So I think so far we're on the same page.
Now we are.
Okay. All right.
And then the recommendation that you see on here is from staff, Micah's office, that's worked with the counties to make sure everything has been followed. And so the recommendation is from the staff, from the department to the board, is that that we approve this process that's taken place.
Okay. And by the time it gets to this level, this type of meeting, almost by default, the recommendation by the staff to do something different than do the closure would require us to have a meeting to talk about a new amendment to their CEFP, because they're already talking about doing a closure at the point they submit the CEFP. So today we're here to hear the good news that you're moving forward with these plans. I'm just trying to make it clear in my mind and make sure that
we're moving forward with the plans. Excuse me, but at this point, Micah has checked and they've done everything they needed to do. Okay. Mm-hmm. All the statutes and laws or whatever that we have. At this point, we're just approving what the local board has done to close the schools. The local board closed the schools. We didn't. We're just approving it. Is that correct?
I understand that. But what I want to understand and make sure that my understanding is jives with the rest of the board is we're hearing the county's recommendation. They've gone through to do what it is that they want to do. I get that. They can't close the school or schools in this case until we approve it.
That is correct.
They, as a precursor, they had their CEFP that included those closures, and we approved that. So now what we're here today is almost perfunctory. It's mechanical.
Yes.
And if we were to choose to do something different and go against either the staff recommendation or the county's vote, we'd have to have a pretty good reason to do that.
You are 100% correct.
Okay.
I don't know if I could help that, but I mean,
I'd love for you to.
Okay, so I don't think that any vote that the state board takes is perfunctory. Let me start there. I mean, I do realize that counties put in a lot of effort to go through the hearing process and the publishing of the data in support of the closures. And it's staff's job and the board's job to make sure they've done all those things, right? Because sometimes they might mess something up. And I believe that in the past, there have been circumstances where the state board voted not to accept a closure, and Nicholas County was one of them. And if my memory's correct on that was after the CEFP was amended. I don't remember. But it evolved out of the closure of Richwood High School and was slated because of I think that in the majority of times, the county is going to have done what they're required to do, and the state board is not going to see a reason to second guess that. But I do believe that there is potential for the county to do something that might cause you to question it, and you could vote not to accept it. I mean, there could be something they've done. That's,
and I agree. I agree with that point.
Yeah.
Perfunctory was maybe a poor choice of words, but my point is this: is that if the county goes through the process that they believe has been ratified, and they give that information to the staff. At that point, it's the staff's responsibility to see whether everything has been done according to Hoyle.
Right.
I don't think it's the role of this board to get in and check all 25 steps, whatever it is, to make sure that all of that has been done properly.
I would agree with that. I mean,
I've asked Micah that question through numerous of these hearings. You've heard me say, did you make sure all the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted? Repeatedly, I said, and that was the reason. That local board of education in Randolph or in Nicholas County was elected to do the wishes of the people. That's why they were elected. And we rely on them to make those correct decisions. And then we rely on Micah and the Department of Ed to go out and make sure that they've crossed all their T's and dotted their I's. Now, can we overrule them? Kelly, I'm assuming we can if we had a valid reason.
Yes.
But I don't think we overrule locally elected boards of education unless we have a valid, very good reason to do so. Does that make sense?
That is correct. And there's actually 2 West Virginia Supreme Court cases that say exactly what you said, and that is if the state board has a reason to reject it, then the state board is required to state what that reason is, so that if there's a lawsuit and the court's reviewing it, that the court can understand how you exercised your discretion on it. And so, yes.
With that being said, I hope you appreciate the discussion. With those answers, I will move to approve.
I think was it already moved or second? No.
If it's been moved, I'll second it. However you need it.
Whatever. Okay. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Second item on the agenda is amendment of the Tyler County Board of Education CEFP, the Comprehensive Educational Facilities Plan for 2020-2030. Micah, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. Tyler County, I think, is online for some questions here.
Can we put them up online?
So policy 6200 requires this amendment as part of the facility process and the closure process. So they needed to amend their CEFP to take the next procedural step. So this is only the planning phase. Tyler County Board of Education requests approval to revise its CEFP to include the closure and consolidation of Arthur Borman Elementary School and Sistersville Elementary School into a new Tyler Consolidated Elementary School. And this is proposed to occur after construction for the 27 school year. So I think Mr. Halley is available for comments or questions that you might have for him. And I believe you have a presentation, his presentation materials also.
Can you hear us?
Thank you all for allowing us to join virtually. Mr. Willow has our presentation. What I would like to start by saying is in 1974-75, Arthur I. Borman and Sistersville Elementary School opened up. There were about 1,255 students at that time at both elementary schools. And at AIB and SES combined has about 557 students now. So we've lost a total of a whole school. So that's kind of what got us to start thinking about consolidating our 2 elementary schools into one comprehensive elementary school. Both AIB and SES are about 50 years old. Yearly operations for this school was about $1 million. Within our CEFP, there's about $18 million worth of updates over the next the cycle of our CEFP that would need to be done, which would include HVAC repairs, new HVAC, resolving some water issues at both schools, window and door replacements, just to name a few of the things that would need to be done to those 2 elementary schools. The benefits of our consolidation would be we'd be able to utilize our resources more efficiently, like staff, the facilities, equipment, instead of maintaining 2 older schools. This would give us one state-of-the-art elementary school for all of our students to attend. We would not be asking for any SPA monies, or would not be running any special bonds or anything in our county. We would fund this elementary school with the influx of tax dollars that have revenue from oil and gas that we've been blessed with in Tyler County. A couple of the things that we're looking forward to add to this new elementary school: a student success center like we created in our high school, middle school for the mental health and well-being of our students. Daycare for our staff. We see that that's a huge issue around the state, teachers needing daycare. And we'd like to provide that at this new elementary school. A health clinic that would have a nurse practitioner that would, if kids get sick, they don't have to go to the doctor. They can stop by the clinic there on site and get what they need. Unique, some outdoor learning environments, state-of-the-art technology, and community use for our sports and activities. At our 2 elementary schools now, the gymnasium, there's really no space for those community events, and we'd like to bring that community to this new elementary school. The other thing, what we've done, the process so far, is we started in January. We purchased a tract of land behind Tyler Consolidated High School, Middle School. The purpose for purchasing that land was twofold, with the hopes of maybe someday building an elementary school and a means for secondary egress from our middle school, high school. That way we have another access road to that facility for safety purposes. We met with an educational planner in January. We had a committee of folks who came from the community, teachers, aides, all service personnel, just a great group of 57 people who came together to start looking at what this new school should be for our kids. We had 3 meetings, and then those planners went out and talked to individual grade levels and kids at our elementary schools to see what they thought a new elementary school should have in it. Then we moved forward from there. We had some architectural conceptual drawings. We went through our school closure board meetings with really no resistance. We had a few that spoke up in favor of, but no resistance or people against the new elementary school. And that's pretty much where we're at with the process right now.
Are there any questions?
So, again, similar set of questions, but it is noted here that your prior plan was dated 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess my first question would be, what is new, 4 short years later, versus what was going on in 2020?
I would say the increase in oil and gas revenue has allowed us to bring this into consideration, and we thought, what better time to build a new elementary school than when we have the funds to do so without asking the community or taxpayers to have to fund that later.
That's a great answer. Yeah. I have no more questions for you, sir.
So I have a procedural question, and I think Mr. Wooten will appreciate this. So we will be having 2 votes. One will be on to CEFP to accept it. And then the second one would be on the closure, correct? Superintendent, thank you so much for not only your excellent presentation today, you answered really just about all my questions, but the process. That you, well, you did it. You get an A+. But the process that you followed, where you involved so many people across the spectrum, it's a textbook case of how it should be handled. And you engendered support from the community, and not just the business community, but the parents, the staff. Everybody was involved in taking you to this point, and how wonderful it is that you have money. And as yes, it's cheaper to build today than it will be 10 years from now. The only question I have, you have lost quite a bit of enrollment. And I don't have the numbers here, I'm sorry, but I know you have, I think, close to 100 homeschoolers, and we won't talk about that again, but the building that you're proposing, I think, would have a 56% utilization rate. Are you expecting some growth in your area that would, so you're planning for the future, for future students? What, I was just wondering about the size.
The size is based on, yes, we think there will be an increase in enrollment. I would think, I don't mean to toot our own horn, but when you're going to have a state-of-the-art facility, I don't know why you wouldn't want to send your kids there to get their education.
Yeah. Well, and looking at your middle school and your high school, they're incredibly beautiful. And I don't remember how old they are, but they're very well done. So you're really a bright spot. And congratulations to all of you, and look forward to hearing what happens next. Thank you.
Motion. Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I hear a second. All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
I think it was just delayed.
Oh.
Nancy, you want to ask me?
Nancy, did you oppose?
No, it just takes a minute to get through to you.
That's what it was.
That was an aye. Thank you.
Tyler County Board of Education closure and consolidation of Arthur Berman Elementary School and Sistersville Elementary School. Mr. Whitlow.
Thank you. As mentioned, the Tyler County Board of Education respectfully requests approval for the closure and consolidation of Arthur Borman and Sistersville Elementary School into a new Tyler Consolidated Elementary School. Not contingent on any other actions, and as I mentioned, it would be for the 27-28 school year. All applicable Board of Education policies were reviewed and followed, and public inspection was available for the required time. They held their closure hearing for Arthur Borman on January 22nd, 2025, Sistersville Elementary School on January 21st, 2025, and the Tyler County Board of Education voted to make this approval on January 22nd board meeting. In addition, the Tyler County Board of Education is seeking a waiver of Board of Education Policy 433-6 for creating bus routes that exceed the recommended duration of transportation time.
Do I hear a motion? Do I hear a second? All in favor?
Point of order.
Aye.
You're too quick on the gun there, Mr. Chairman.
Could be you're a little slow on the draw.
Yeah.
Mr. Wooten.
Mr. Gabriel, if I could just make a comment too. I think after we do have a motion and second, use the time to call for discussion.
Okay.
Before we vote, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I'd like to move the table this discussion.
Mr. Wooten had a question, Micah, about whether or not the county can go ahead with closure hearings, et cetera, before the CEFP amendment is actually approved by the state board. That was your question? Yeah.
I didn't want to say it out loud, but
Yeah.
there you go.
So that's kind of why we put it in that order, with the CFP amendment being directly in front of it. That way you can move on to the next part of that, the actual closure vote. I would imagine if the CFP was not approved, that would probably nullify or make the second item not happen.
I think his question is, they had closure hearings in the county prior
Yeah.
to the board approving the CEFP
Right.
amendment.
Right.
So I think they could still hold the closure hearings and do all that, and then the county board voted after those hearings, but it wouldn't take an effect until that, CFP amendment was actually happened on today's meeting.
Kelly,
that might be a Kelly.
It's a little awkward. I mean, I don't know historically if we've done business like this. I haven't been here long enough to know, but it seems like what would happen if the state board would disapprove the CEFP amendment?
Exactly.
Seems like, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any historical background on this
That's kind of how it's kind of been done, I guess, in the process. I mean, I guess if the board were to not approve that CEFP, then it would still basically be a vote against that.
I certainly wouldn't want to do anything wrong. Okay, that's not the intent, but I'd hate to hold this up. If we've done it this way in the past, I would prefer that we go ahead and do what we've done in the past. But in the future, we probably, if you would look into it and find the correct procedure, that we would do it. But I'd hate to hold it up now because the county's waiting to do this.
Just extra information here, in policy 6200, it actually says that if the state board approves a closure, it automatically amends the CEFP. So this step of doing the CEFP amendment is just kind of a way to keep everybody in communication and follow that process. So in policy, it says that CEFP amendment step isn't even maybe necessarily required.
But once again, I would prefer to go ahead and approve it and then let Kelly look at what's in 6200.
Yeah, that's what it was in policy. So we kind of do this step just to kind of keep everybody on the same page and keep the CFP amendments being approved. And
Mr. Gabriel, I think in the past few months, these closures that have come before us, a number of them have had the CEFP amendment directly before the vote on the closure.
Yeah, that's correct,
So
President White.
And I think that's what everybody's saying. But Greg's posing a good question, and all I'm saying is let's go ahead and do what we need to do to do the business we're here to do. But then I think we need to let Kelly take a look at it.
I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand the question. Yeah.
Are you agreeable to that, Greg? I'd rather not. I'd prefer not to pull it if we don't have to. Because we've done it this way in the past.
So what if we made their CEFP effective as of January 1? I mean, would that help us?
I think as I understand what Mr. Wooten's saying, that the CEFP amendment is a predicate to going forward with the next steps, the closure hearings, the publication of data, and the fact that the county went ahead and did those before the state board approved the CEFP amendment could be potentially a question for someone. I mean, and I think that's a legitimate concern.
Has the SBA approved this already?
Not yet.
It'll be on their next agenda.
It'll be on their next agenda because they have to approve the CEFP also, correct?
They have to approve the amendment.
Yes. They would approve the amendment.
Yeah. I think the closure and consolidation, am I remembering correctly, the steps for the closure and consolidation, that comes to the state board, but I can't recall whether that piece goes to the...
No.
Yes, I didn't think it did. Okay.
No.
Well, we got to get off of dead center here, guys.
But if you made it effective retroactively is basically your question. That I don't know that we've ever done that before. Or
Do you think we can do that, Counselor?
I'd have to look at it. I don't know that I could answer that question off the cuff here today.
And I think we've already approved the CEFP, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, you'd have
And
to.
the closure. We just haven't approved the
So-
closure.
We just
That's-
voted on the closure.
We're in line to approve the closure now.
And we have a motion and a second on the table?
Yes.
Did
Correct.
we vote on the
I'd like to
closure?
call for
And then we called for
movement.
discussion. We've already voted.
Not
And then
for-
we had the discussion.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, didn't we already vote on the closure and then the point of order was raised that we needed to have discussion? So haven't we already passed the closure? We sort of just ran right through it, but I mean, and then the point of order was raised and we didn't, now we're having discussions, but technically we've already voted on.
Actually, you should vote and then discuss. Is that not correct?
Do the motion.
Do the motion.
Once the motions are on the table, then that's the time for discussion, and then you call for a vote. And I'd like to call for a vote.
We've already voted.
No, we voted on the CEFP.
We need to vote.
Are we voting on the closure?
Yes.
We voted on the closure already.
No, we haven't voted on closure yet. Did we?
No,
I agree. I agree with my board member to the right here. I think you did vote on it. I didn't vote because I wanted to ask a question. So I think we can clear this up. You've had a call
for a vote.
Question. You call for a vote. I am voting. I'm going to abstain from voting on this one.
So if I call for a vote, that'll clear this up.
You've already called the vote. You voted. I have abstained. It's
Okay. Not voted on the closure, just the C.
Pardon me?
Only voted on the C. Only voted on the CEFP.
Yeah, we did not vote on the closure, she says.
Okay.
Just the amendment.
Okay. All in favor of the closure?
Aye.
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 I abstain.
Okay. Motion carries.
Okay, and sir, I would just like to recognize that there are times there is dissent on the board. And I think personally we need to reflect in our minutes, not that just that it was carried on I forget how it's the motion carried on a voice vote, but when there are abstentions or no votes saying no, that it reflects that it was an 8-1 or a 6-3 or with one abstention rather than just this broad, it carries. So that's my suggestion.
I'm sorry, but if you don't call for a roll call vote, then I don't know who all said no. But sometimes there's more than one, and I don't know who those people are.
Well,
but if they abstain, like I know he abstained, I can do that. But otherwise, if you don't call for a roll call, I don't have who was for and who was against.
Okay, well, maybe that's something that we ought to consider in the future. But I do think that Mr. Wooten's abstention should be noted. And whether you put the name in or not, I don't think that. But I think just to show that there is, we're not a rubber stamp. We do discuss things. We do think about things. So it's just something to think about.
Kelly, would you look into the process for us, please?
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you.
This item, G, policy 8400 charters public inclusion.
Yo, your mic is off.
Made all those comments, and nobody heard them except you.
Board members, just a little bit of background on this since it's been a while that this policy was in front of you to go out for public comment. In 2023 legislative session,
the legislature enacted a statute that created the Charter School Stimulus Fund, which was slated as a fund to provide monies to charter schools to help them with startup costs. No money was put in this fund in 2023 when the legislature created it, and no money was put in 2024 when it continued to exist. The legislature did not put any funds in it. So to date, there haven't been any funds put in this Charter School Stimulus Fund. Nonetheless, the statute creating it directed the State Board of Ed to enact a policy that would basically govern how these funds would be granted, what would be allowable and not allowable, how the application process would work, etc., because the statute is fairly bare bones with regard to this stimulus fund. So we set about getting internal stakeholders together, and I spent a lot of time looking to see if other states had anything that was useful for us to look at, and then also applying some of the general notions that we have about how the grant-making process should work and accountability for that. And so we came up with the Charter School Stimulus Fund Policy 8400 that we're talking about today. We put it out for a 45-day public comment. While there were multiple comments about different sections, we really only had 3 people make comments on the policy. There were 2 comments that we received that we thought were worthwhile of our attention as far as amending the draft policy. One of them was that during the application process, we are requiring that applicants set forth a budget for whatever they're proposing to get a grant for. And one of the commenters suggested that perhaps there should be discretion with the public school charter board, who's going to be administering this directly, to allow an applicant to amend their budget. So we added some language in that would allow amendment of a budget as long as it doesn't materially change, the grant request, and that amendment be made before the public school charter board or public charter school board, would begin evaluations of applications. There was another comment that we received. You'll recall perhaps that in the law as it exists now, the charter school law, that if there's an empty county board of education building or other public building, that charter schools have a mechanism that to acquire those buildings or lease those buildings for charter school purposes. We had a provision in this policy that would prevent these grant funds to be used to make material changes to a building that the charter school doesn't own, because a lot of times charter schools will rent a building that's leased from a private entity, and the question has arisen about whether or not state funds should be spent to do material changes to buildings that the state doesn't own or some adjunct of the state doesn't own. But this commenter said, well, in the event that a charter school actually leases a public building, they should be able to, in agreement with the county board or the public entity, make material changes to that building. And so we added a section in there that would allow that to occur. Those were the 2 changes that we made to the policy as a result of comment. I'm happy to answer any questions about this that members may have, but basically this policy is fairly, it's not very long. We tried to keep it succinct, but also create requirements for these grants so that we can ensure that taxpayer money is protected and accountable.
Questions?
Yes. But I'll defer if somebody else has some. Okay. Ms. Talbot, I appreciate you and whoever worked with you, your good work on this. It's very comprehensive. It's understandable. It's well stated, the whole thing. And and I'm going to ask you a basic question because it's never been fully explained, I think, to the board, or to me anyway. We have a state Department of Education, we have a state Board of Education, and we have the charter school board. What is the relationship between those three entities?
Well, the charter school law itself explicitly states that the charter school board is accountable and reportable to the State Board of Education. Okay. So you have general supervision over that, not only that board, but public charter schools in general, because they're part of the public school system.
Okay.
And as far as the department goes, obviously, the department assists, then the superintendent assists the state board with development of policies. So that's our role here, is to assist you in fulfilling your function, your oversight function.
I appreciate, and that's a simple explanation. Very well stated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Operation. Now, the policy says that the fund will be administered by the charter school board with oversight by the Board of Education. Operationally, how does that work?
That means that applications will be made directly to the charter school board, and they will have to follow the policy that if the board votes to put this into place, they will be following this policy as they implement that application process and grant process. There are requirements in the policy that in the event that they would have a charter school close or grant funds they wouldn't be able to collect back as a result of a closure. There are some reporting requirements in this policy that the charter school board would have to report to this board on that, again, in furtherance of your oversight of this process. And in fact, the charter school laws expressly says that the state board is required to have reporting requirements so that you can exercise your oversight.
And that brings up a point. I don't believe we've gotten reports from the charter school board. I don't think I've been asleep at the wheel, but maybe I have.
Well, I can tell you what 18.5G4, which is part of the charter school law, it talks about the things that the State Board of Ed shall do as a result of its oversight. And one of them is establish reporting requirements that enable the State Board to monitor the performance and legal compliance of authorizers in public charter schools. Okay. So these reporting requirements that we put in this policy are in furtherance of that.
Okay, but there's a larger...
Yeah, but it's larger than just this.
Yeah. Larger than that. So I would hope that that's something that we would be looking at in the future. The original brick and mortar schools have shown dramatic decreases in enrollment, while the charter virtual schools have exploded. And much of that enrollment, of course, is in the elementary grades, the virtual enrollment. And I know the department very specifically says we shouldn't be doing that. Okay. As do educational researchers and national bodies and the Pediatric Society. A lot of people say that. But anyway, can these stimulus funds be used to support virtual programs since they don't have a physical footprint?
They can be, because there may be other startup costs that are non-building related that the virtual charters would have. So they are eligible. It might look a little bit different because a brick and mortar might want grant funds that are specifically building related, but as long as a virtual charter school can show that it has specific startup costs that would be eligible, yes, they would be.
Okay. And is there any consideration to be given to entities that are based in state versus run by out of state for-profit?
Well, actually,
businesses?
Yeah, I will tell you that the actual stimulus fund statute that creates this stimulus fund specifically says that and I'm paraphrasing here, that that a charter school run by a national organization, that's their business is running charter schools, they're not eligible for these funds. The legislature said that in this statute.
Okay. Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your hard work on everything, but particularly this right now. Thank you.
Any other questions? I hear a motion to approve. Second?
So moved. This is Nancy. I'm sorry. I can second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Logan County Schools Intervention. Mr. Kelly.
Good morning, Vice President Gabriel, members of the board, Superintendent Blatt. I'm going to try to do background and then hit one little highlight and then turn it over to the superintendents. The respective superintendents of both counties were updating here on the interventions. Background on Logan. At the specific request of the West Virginia State Superintendent of Schools, the Office of Support and Accountability conducted an unannounced special circumstance review of Logan County Schools September 15 of 2022 about complaints regarding board governance submitted to the West Virginia Department of Education. A team of staff members from the department conducted that special circumstance review and compiled data collected during such to identify findings and recommendations contained were then relayed to the West Virginia Board of Education at a meeting on October 27 of 2022. Of course, we all know subsequent to that, there was a vote to intervene in the operation of schools in Logan County. Again, I'm going to tell one story just to kind of highlight something that I've seen taking place there, and then I'll turn it over to Superintendent Huffman. But we'd recently gone through a process down there relative to homebound students. We know that's a necessary part of our operation of schools all over the state. They had revisited the process by which those students were accepted. And what they found at that time was that the process was, I think, probably pretty liberal. And so they tightened that up quite a bit. And I was recently speaking to a central office staff member there, and they were walking me through kind of what they did to bolster that process to make sure that the kids who needed that were receiving it, but also that it was not being abused. And I said, how many students would you say last year did you have on homebound? And they said upwards of 200 students. And I said, well, how many do you have this year? And they said, about 50, give or take, depending on the flow in and out. And I thought that was a significant episode. Just a short tale there. I mean, obviously, we want to get those kids what they need, but to get them back in the in-school structure, we know that's the best place for them to be. So it's just one episode where things were tightened up and there was a quality result. And I think, the fact that you now have a lot of those kids who weren't in school back in school is something special, and I'm certain we'll reap benefits on the academic side there. Minus questions or concerns from you guys, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Superintendent Huffman, because I imagine he's probably going to have a number of other items that he wants to highlight with you all today here. So, Superintendent Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And just to expand on that a little bit, actually, when we started looking at that hard and looking through that information, we actually found that we have students who were graduating from Logan County schools and in many instances had spent very, 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 very little time over the course of 13 or 14 years in our schools. And so there was little control. But President White, Vice President Gabriel, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you our journey in Logan County as we work toward improvements. What I'll share with you today is directly related to student learning, school facilities, culture, and Board of Education. Board of Education, Anthony Dean, who became board president on July 1, has joined us here today. We're certainly thankful to have Mr. Dean here with us, certainly thankful for his support also along this journey. Looking at curriculum instruction and student learning, after spending time looking at evaluating, determining needs, then we have entered into a relationship with Solution Tree, which is a nationwide professional development provider that uses practitioners in the field or recent retirees to provide professional development for our staff members. So we have embarked on a journey that we've charted that will extend over time to address instructional needs in our classrooms that is going to strengthen the skill sets of those who are providing instruction, which will ultimately result in improvements for our students, which is the name of the game. This summer, we had approximately 400 staff members involved in professional development related to improving instructional strategies, as well as effective practices. That included administrators, teachers, substitute teachers, and instructional aides. We felt like that with the inclusion of instructional aides made possible through the legislature, in particular with grades 1 through 2 this year, 3 next year, that it was important that we provide those supports for them so that they became true team members with those teachers in the classroom, as well as our special education aides as they're working with teachers in those classrooms as well. At the end of each day, our administrators stayed afterward to work with the providers with the simple goal of how can we strengthen their skill sets in better supporting the implementation of these practices in those classrooms, as well as monitoring the implementation and providing feedback for our instructional staff members. So that took place this summer. We built the calendar. We also knew that there would be time that maybe people couldn't make it to the summer professional development, but we still wanted to be able to provide them that support as we work through this journey. So when we developed the school calendar for the current school year 24-25, we built in an additional day on the front end of the calendar for professional development to where we brought those providers in. Now, it was a condensed version of the professional development that we were able to offer in the summer, but we were able to begin that exposure to those skill sets. We have continued to support that professional development throughout the school year with our instructional staff members, as well as our administrators do during professional learning days and so forth. Another part of that, we began to look at how can we more effectively address leadership in general at our schools. School improvement today is a whole new animal in comparison to what it once was. It's not something that the principal can carry alone to effectively meet the needs. In the past, we've had leadership teams and we have leadership team meetings and they get started on curriculum, and then somebody wants to talk about the prom and somebody wants to talk about the fact that our copy machines aren't working, about the bus schedules, and then everything, we're talking about everything except student learning. So what we did was look at it from a mechanism of a guiding coalition, broken into 2 parts. So this year we've implemented at every one of our schools a true curriculum team that is dedicated to instruction and student learning, utilizing data and effective strategies. We've also implemented an operations team who then looks at everything that may not be instructional in nature, but directly impacts the operation of the school, which directly impacts student learning and the effectiveness of the school. So that is new to us this year. It's something we started at the district office during the 23-24 school year that we've now transitioned to our schools with our principals and our instructional staff. We've also built professional development where we will be transitioning, though we will continue to support the high yield instructional strategies, the highly effective practices. We're also going to take another step with our elementary schools. So we started in October with a team of teachers that involved 2 teachers from, I guess, 8 of our 11 elementary schools. One school that has 1 teacher involved. One school chose not to participate, period. And then one school that has every one of their teachers involved in letters training through Lexia Learning. Our intent and our practice here is that these individuals will be a year ahead of the other staff members with regard to the letters training. That way, when we bring it on board with everyone else, we already have built into each of our schools those mentors, those supports that can help to facilitate effective implementation at each of our schools, provide support, answer questions, so forth, as we work through this process. Again, looking to provide the tools in the toolbox for our instructional staff members, as well as support in utilizing those tools. Our administrators are also involved in a component of the letters training through Lexia Learning. That way they are also able to support. We can't expect our principals to support and monitor if they don't know exactly what it is that is expected of staff members. So we're excited about that. And this Lexia Learning fits extremely well with the science of reading and all of the professional development and support that was already started in that process. Our next step in the professional development journey starts actually next month with our principals, as we will also move to take what we're referring to as a deep dive into the professional learning communities. Not that over time there hasn't been some training and so forth with professional learning communities, but we sometimes forget that maybe we did that training and so forth 10 years ago. Well, how many new staff members do we have? How many new principals do we have that have come on board over the last 10 years? So that is our next step. We'll start that in March with our principals, and then we'll start that in July with many of our staff members who serve on the curriculum teams with our principals. Effective utilization of data. I've said for quite some time in education, we might be the greatest collectors of data ever. We could fill buildings full of data, but we don't always use it in the best manner. So we've taken a hard movement toward utilizing the data to guide our instruction. We have employed 2 curriculum specialists, one for elementary, one for secondary, that are working directly with our principals, our instructional staff members, as well as our directors regarding the use of data and making it meaningful. So as you can see, with regard to curriculum instruction, student learning, we've talked about a lot of things, but we haven't mentioned one program. And if you remember back in October of 2022, I think that was one of the points of emphasis was all of the programs. I don't remember, it seems to me like the number 19 or something stuck out. But what we are focusing on, we've transitioned to focus on data utilization, utilizing high yield instructional strategies in our classrooms, practices in our schools, effective leadership, and collaborative efforts, everyone working together to move forward. Student achievement data from FY24, I'm happy to share that with regard to ELA, every grade level in 3 through 8, as measured by the GSA, demonstrated growth, as did our 11th grade students, as measured with the SAT, demonstrated growth from the previous year. So we are seeing successes in those areas, and we expect to continue with those. With regard to mathematics, We saw growth in 3, 4, and 8 across the county. I'm not going to hide from the fact that is a currently a difficult initiative for us when you have a school, a high school that has one teacher that is certified in mathematics, and that is a retired teacher. So it makes it very difficult, but we are working with an entity called Proximity Learning to where they are able to provide us a teacher. That teacher may be in New York, that teacher may be in California or somewhere else, but they are live online with our students, and they do hold a valid teaching certificate endorsed for those areas. And then we have a proctor in that classroom. We actually started that 2 years ago, a little bit of a rough implementation, like many things new, but it is progressing much more smoothly during this school year. In summary of that area, let me share with you that we're providing engaging instruction, utilizing high-yield instructional strategies. We're measuring student learning in grades K through 8 with the iReady. With grades 9 through 11, we're utilizing the PSATs and then effectively using the instruction, again, none of which require any type of program. School facilities, we've been addressing over time many school facility initiatives. We will complete this summer the total electrical, fire alarm, and HVAC upgrades at Logan High School. Logan Middle School structural stabilization was completed in August 2024, which was an SPA project. Chapmanville Regional High School, we are replacing HVAC controls that have not worked effectively for the last several years, which resulted in moving students from class to class to class over time. That is an SBA project with an anticipated completion date of August of 2025. Man Middle School, Man Elementary, we will be replacing a boiler and chiller in that process right now with a target completion date of August 2025. Man High School is an SBA project whereby we'll be replacing the electrical system in that school as well as the fire alarm system. We just completed architectural interviews with regard to that. We'll be submitting that recommendation for architects to Superintendent Blatt tomorrow, actually. So, culture is something that is obviously extremely difficult to measure. You know it when you see it. You know it's good. You know it's bad. You know it's somewhere in the middle when you see it. But it is truly hard to measure. But let me share with you that collaboration between the district office, administrators, and school administrators is moving in a positive direction. We are moving away from the component that plagues far too many school systems, which is us versus them. It's not an us versus them system. It is a system of us supporting students, and that is the direction that we are heading. Collaboration within the school with the administration and staff members is moving in a positive direction that we're very excited about. I still remember on November 1, 2022, standing in front of a group of principals thinking, oh my God, they'll never talk. And I wasn't sure that they would. But we have finally got to the point that they are not only trusting of us as a district office, but they're trusting of one another. We now have sections on every principal meeting agenda. It's called School Spotlights, to where our principals are sharing out positive strategies and practices that they are having success with. They are questioning each other. They are learning from each other, and then able to take those things back to their schools, something that we would not have seen previously. Sounds like a small step, but in the instance when you have people who don't trust each other, it is truly a huge step in progress. Our people are now transitioning from focusing on roadblocks. We can't do this because, we can't do that because, that they are truly identifying solutions and looking for ways that they can better serve students. Focusing on what is best for students as opposed to what makes adults happy is not always easy, but that is the direction we are heading. We started this year with, and I know it sounds a little bit silly, but we started this year with our professional development. I told you we had about 400 employees. And in both settings, we began with, and we've reflected back to it on numerous times, an article called Window versus the Mirror. And the basic elements of that article is, are you going to look out the window and look for places to place blame as to why we are here? Or are you going to look in that mirror and identify solutions that you bring to the table to take the situation you're in and make it a better situation? And we've reflected back to that many times, and I think it has a tremendous amount of meaning for all of us. I told you our principals, sharing with each other, sharing with me. Principal recently wrote, and this is the principal's words, not mine, and it's not about me, but this is about the process where we're going. This principal wrote, you understand how the past shaped who we are now, but you also recognize the present will shape who we become. And there's so much meaning in that, because the things that are going on in supporting our principals and their growth so that they can lead schools and provide positives for our students is extremely important. The toxicity of the internal culture is beginning to fade away. That is improving on a daily basis. And we're very, very tickled with that. We still face challenges on what I refer to as the external culture that has a tremendous impact sometimes on the internal culture. And part of that is still based in the old belief that as adults, if I'm not happy with something that is taking place, then I can call a guy. And that's my term. I can call a guy. That guy's going to call somebody, and they're going to get it fixed. They're going to make me happy. That we'll get this taken care of so that we can move forward. Still dealing with some individuals who feel that it's okay to circumvent established practice and county policy within our schools, but we are making progress in those areas. We are, again, making that transition from being adult-focused to being student-centered. You know, you see things and you see them so often, sometimes you want to make sure, or you wonder, truly are things improving? Recently, we had a external service provider speaking with one of our directors in the district office. And he does some work in about 3 of our schools. And he looked at her and he said, what in the world is going on at Logan High School? She said, what do you mean? She said, there seems to be a total paradigm shift in the school. The culture in the school is different. The level of instruction is different, which makes us extremely happy with the amount of effort that has gone into the professional development, so forth, the leadership. But that is a result of that staff and that administration accepting the fact we've got to change. We have to change so that we can better serve students. So we're extremely proud. That's just one example of things that are going on in our schools in Logan County. Is it pervasive? No. Are we headed toward that direction? Absolutely. Board of Education, and I don't say this just because Mr. Dean's here. I would say it whether he was here or somewhere else. But I would say that new leadership has emerged on the board. We are able to have open and honest communication with regard to what's going on in our county school system. We're able to have discussions that are truly meaningful. Many of our board members understand why and where we're working toward. Not all, but some things are hard to turn loose of, but we are making progress. Give you a perfect example. Brand new board member by the name of Mark Keyser. We had a board meeting yesterday evening. We get near the end of the agenda. He asked if he can share out about a training that he had recently attended. He wanted to highlight some things, and one of the things that he was so impressed with, so happy with, that he couldn't wait to share out was about the importance of student and teacher engagement. Those are conversations that would not have happened previously. So to have a board member to understand that, bring that to the meeting, is typical of the direction that we are headed. Where are we as Logan County Schools? Let me share two things with you. This is from Ty Howard, who I recently was introduced to some of his work. Two things he said. Ty Howard said, to fear change is to fear being challenged. To fear being challenged is to fear growth and new possibilities. Change can be your new opportunity to fly. Change can become the reignited passion that fuels your why. Some of our people are still hiding. They're still a little bit afraid of that challenge, but we also have others who are flying high. And we're so proud of those individuals, so thankful for the work that they do for our students. And before I stop, one more thing. Thank you, Jeff Kelly. Mr. Kelly came and did some tremendous work with our high school principals on interpreting SAT data, interpreting PSAT data, and being able to transfer that to the classroom. I don't know if he's still here or not. Mr. Drew McClanahan's left, but Mr. McClanahan also came down and did an excellent professional development session with our principals on Policy 4373 this fall so that they could better understand the requirements of such. So thank you, and I apologize for being so lengthy, but did want to share. I'm really tickled with much of the work that not me, but our people are doing that better serves students.
Thank you. Yep.
Yes, sir.
I know. I'm getting tired. I can have questions.
Comment. No questions. That's remarkable. What you have shared with us is inspirational. It's uplifting in every way. You and your folks are being strategic and focused, and you didn't hesitate. In addition to talking about the positives, you also talked about the areas that still need emphasis and work. But you started with the good news of how many homeschoolers have returned to the schools, and that in itself is notable. And the change in the culture. I can remember where we started, and I know other board members can too. But just to see the building of trust, and the practices, the innovative practices, learning to work with each other, that's a major thing. And I'm sure that your students are the ones who are benefiting most from all this hard work you're doing. So thank you. I'm personally, and professionally, I'm uplifted by what you shared today. So thank you for doing that.
I appreciate that, and I'll share those words with our staff members. They are the ones who are truly doing the work.
Thank you again.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? Not any other comments, I'd like to take a 5-minute break.
I got
Go ahead.
3 questions. Yeah. Mr. Huffman, first of all, appreciate you being here to give the update. You said that county policy was being circumvented. Can you give an example of that? Or
sure. Just give you an example. Just like this past Saturday, we had a private entity who someone in the school system, we're still trying to figure out, provided access to the Logan High School field house, whereby they went in and played a basketball game, had no authorization by the administration of the school, had no authorization from anyone at the district office, which puts the school system in a situation of great liability if someone goes in and gets hurt. Things of that nature that people want to go off and do on their own without understanding what some of that liability is for the school system. And that's the most recent thing that has occurred.
Color me not surprised that it related somehow to sports. Okay?
Agreed.
With respect to culture, you said things are improving from your perspective. What's your yardstick? How are you measuring this?
Because we have individuals who are willing to sit down and work together. We have individuals who are willing to share. We have individuals who are willing to acknowledge that they need assistance in a specific area. You go into, like I said, principals meetings, for example, and I asked one of the principals, what's different today than what was different before when you guys really wouldn't talk during principals meetings? Why is it that you wouldn't talk? And they shared with me that because previously it seemed like the approach from administration was to, quote, divide and conquer, that if I can keep them separated, keep them not talking to one another, then it's easier for me to control what they're doing. I think that is backward. I think we need our people working together. They are doing that extremely willingly. When I'll go into schools, have conversations with staff members, talk with teachers, they are much more comfortable in what they're doing. They're much more happy in their work. And again, I'm not saying this is pervasive, but it is much improved.
Yeah, and you've mentioned the principals quite a bit in your talk.
Yes, sir.
How many of those principal positions have changed from 2022 until now?
Two.
Sounds about right. I mean, I'm not.
I believe that. I believe there's two. I may have missed one, but I believe there's two. Three, counting the career center.
Okay. And you mentioned curriculum specialists that you've employed. What do they do?
They are working with data. They are the ones who initially take the data from, whether it be the PSAT that we do with grades 9 through 11, or the iReady. Then they work with our teachers when they are having their curriculum team meetings, when they are having their collaborative team meetings at grade levels, content areas, so forth, with interpreting that data, understanding what that data is saying, identifying strengths, identifying weaknesses. Then they go back and pull back in the highly effective strategies and practices from the professional development. They identify how these strategies and practices can identify these deficient areas based on the data. They also do model teaching in some of our classrooms to help support them, so they sometimes work as coaches as well. I need to give some examples of the things that they're doing.
And in addition to that, you have a curriculum team at the schools?
Yes, sir. Those are made up of select teachers in the school. Most of the time reflective of if it's a secondary school, most of the time reflective of individuals from the various content areas that come together to work with the principals. And like I said, sometimes with curriculum specialists, utilizing the data to guide their instructional decisions, how they work together, how a social studies teacher and an English language arts teacher may work together on a joint project, just because those are kind of a natural fit. You also have your math teachers, science teachers, how they can work on joint projects with there being a natural fit there. In many instances, depending on the size of the elementary school, it may be the second grade team, or if you have an elementary school that has singletons, just one teacher at each grade level, it may be the primary team and the intermediate team that would have team members on a curriculum team working with the principals to help make decisions with regard to curriculum instruction.
You know, they trying to do this in the context of the working day, or
most of them either meet, and it's flexible. It's up to them. They will either meet before the instructional day begins, or they will meet at the conclusion of the instructional day.
And I guess I'm old school. When I was going to school, the curriculum team was the principal and the teachers, and the ops team was the janitor who could call maintenance. But I'm glad to see you've got people working together. You said that the principals are going to go through some kind of staff development starting next month.
Yes, sir. And
is that the first staff development the principals are going to be going into? I mean, here's my point is that when you look back to November 2022, and you look at it now, you essentially had the same set of principles that were in place when the takeover occurred.
Correct.
I guess I'm a little surprised that the tree hasn't been shaken a little bit more, but that's certainly your call. Also, with that in mind, I would have thought that the development of the principals, being the key leader of the school, likely would have happened sooner.
We started professional development with the principals in as far as true facilitated professional development in July and August of 2023. This is just the next step in that professional development journey with our principals, which will be the professional learning community process, their leadership in the professional learning communities, their facilitation of supporting of the professional learning communities in their schools, which will be made up of teachers.
Right. And then on, this will be my last comment, on certified teachers. I know that's a problem kind of system-wide. I gave a specific idea to one of your staff members 2+ years ago. And we can pick this up after the meeting. But one of the big problems of getting that extra development is you have to pay your tuition up front. And some people just cannot afford that. And I came up with a mousetrap that I think is doable. And if it's not being implemented, maybe you and I can pick that discussion up after the meeting.
Okay, I know we can't use, obviously we can't use local monies to pay for tuition and so forth.
Cannot use what?
Local monies, school system monies to pay that up front. We can't use federal dollars. There was a time many years ago that you could use Title II money to pay that up front, but what we ran into was maybe people would withdraw after tuition had been paid, so forth. So that got stopped. We do have, I think it's called the Logan Charitable Educational Foundation. I know they make available grant opportunities for teachers, long-term substitutes who want to complete their degree, substitute teachers who want to complete their degree because they can pay that up front. So I know they make those opportunities available for individuals as well.
Well, that is the idea, is to get the money from the Logan County Charitable Foundation, pay the tuition up front, let them get their additional certification and their bump in pay.
Correct.
And then pay that advance loan back as a grant. So win-win. It should be implemented. I don't have more questions.
It's okay with the board. I'd like to take a short break, and we'll come right back and do G. Help you up.
Carry me.
I know. The next is item G, Upshur County update. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. West Virginia background. West Virginia Department of Education, Office of Federal Programs conducted a routine monitoring of Upshur County schools in December of 22, resulted in a report of findings completed in February of 23. State Superintendent of Schools notified the Office of Accountability in May of 23 of his intent to commence a special circumstance review of Upshur County schools. The team subsequently began conducting the review in May of 23. I'm sorry. The findings of the review process were presented to the Board of Education in June of 23, who then voted to intervene in the operation of schools in Upshur County. You all were last updated, I believe, in July on Upshur County schools. And again, I'll do my one highlight here. For Superintendent Miller, she and I speak, much like Mr. Huffman, probably weekly, if not multiple occasions in a week's time. But she did in October conduct interviews with 8th and 9th graders to talk about middle school. And as we all know, middle school can be a unique time in a child's life, and certainly in those teachers' lives who serve them. She talked about their positive experiences, and then maybe places where things could improve. And I just thought some of the comments that she relayed back to me were pretty telling. They talked about having friends. They talked about teacher kindness. They suggested that the school and teachers put deadlines in place and stick to them. They talked about ironically, or maybe coincidentally, they talked about the responsible use of phones. They talked about relevance of lessons to the real world. They talked about CTE options at the middle school level. So we got to quit blaming COVID. I mean, you think about it, we're talking about young kids here, 14, 15, I'd say, that age group. And I tell you all that because she did that to do kind of an assessment of the middle school there. And I'm not highlighting them or picking on them. It's just something that she felt like she needed to do to get a feel for where kids were at the middle school level and what possibly could be done by herself and her staff members to improve upon that. So I thought that was just very telling of the work that she's doing up there and the area where the academic side of things, the focus there. And I won't steal any more of her thunder here, but I did want to take the opportunity to recognize her for that endeavor. So at this time, minus any questions, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Good afternoon, President White, Vice President Gabriel, Superintendent Blatt, and members of the board. It is a pleasure to be here before you again to share with you good, bad, or ugly, or indifferent. Sometimes any day it can happen to you. But today I really want to talk about the tangibles versus the intangibles. In a state takeover, you do deal with both. On the tangible side, which are related to our goals and our strategic plan that is guiding what we're doing every day in our schools. Let's take a look at our academic concerns. Our teachers have tools. We are providing support. Our student interventions, while not demonstrated on the latest benchmark, I think are moving forward. That is due to the dedicated staff that serves our students every single day. My expectations are very high. Our current projected proficiency based on the latest benchmark is nowhere near Christy Miller's high expectations. However, I think that we have things in place that will get us to where we need to be by the time our students sit down for the GSA at the end of the school year. My concerns are we only have 2 of our grade levels in reading right now above 50%. When I went to school, 50% was an F. I say that multiple times to folks. I need to see 70 and 80. It's within our reach. We just have to lay the expectation at our students as well as at our teachers. I'm very concerned about 8th grade and math in particular because we only have 17% of our students on grade level. That is not something to celebrate. It's something that we need to work on, and we know that. We are having our monthly administrative data meeting coming up on February the 21st. We're going to look at it a little differently. We're going to show the entire county's results so that folks can figure out where they are in that ranking, but then we're going to sit down in pairs with our schools, and we're going to discuss specifically their schools' results. What do they see? What are things that we can do to help support and move those interventions forward with our students so that we can improve what those ultimate outcomes will look like when we complete the GSA? Attendance. We talk about attendance a lot. Last school year, and based on accountability, we were at 23.58% chronically absent. A celebration today is currently we're at 19.29%. Our goal by 28-29 in our strategic plan is to be at 10%. I feel pretty good about where we're going in that direction. And I have to say thank you to the department for providing Jessica Sprick to be able to work with our staff in understanding what can we do differently to get our kids to school every day. But I also have to thank our communities and school staff, because without them, we would not be able to make the difference that we currently are. And then one of the last tangible areas that we can really grab a hold of data is in behavior. We have seen a decline in aggressive conduct, illegal drugs and substances that don't warrant expulsion, but nonetheless are there, and a lowering of out-of-school suspension. We cannot teach, we cannot learn if we are not present. And that's something that we're working very hard on. I have a new administrative staff in the schools. We have 7 brand new administrators in our schools. We had a big turnover this past year. It's understandable because sometimes when you get into a takeover situation, the work that needs to be done, not everyone wants to take part in that. And they have to make that decision on their own if they want to stay and do what's necessary. So we are working with our young administrative staff on understanding Policy 4373 and developing a school-wide PBIS program in each of our schools. With a very young and experienced administrative staff, those are 2 areas that can quickly sink your schools. So when we think about the intangibles, which also impact those 3 areas, you have to think about a culture shift. We've been working with the Jimmy Casas group, specifically 3 coaches that are going in and working with our administrators, but they're also working with the central office staff, our directors. It's telling the impact that it is having because bus drivers, and I love them, but sometimes it's a very difficult group to work with within a school system. They keep asking, when are they coming back? When are we going to get to speak with them again? What they say to us means a lot. And here's what they've been saying. We all need to be a champion. We all need to expect excellence. We all need to carry the banner, and we all need to be a beacon of hope. And our bus drivers have really grabbed a hold of those 4 things, and they're thinking of ways that they can implement those pieces on their school buses every day. And they want more, and that's important. We have defined what high expectations are going to look like in Upshur County. And those are to be present, be prepared, and be excellent, because Upshur County Schools is uniting for excellence. Now that we have turned over 7 administrators, we feel that we are looking to have a more consistent and stable administrative staff. Good, bad, or indifferent for some, I have decided that I will stay for an additional year to continue the work moving forward. Mr. Watring and I kind of look at ourselves as the dynamic duo, and we feel that we're doing good work, but that we need another year together to be able to continue that path forward. We have our areas identified. We continue to work on those, but we also know that we cannot leave out the students and the teachers that are doing the work every day in our buildings. We don't have any changes planned at our building level administration, so we're going to continue to support the growth and the understanding and instruction for those that are in that role currently. Responding to employee concerns. We are seeing an increase in understanding the use of the evaluation system components so that our employees understand that we do have policies and procedures that need to be followed. If they're not, then there are consequences. And so we are seeing an increase in the incidence forms being used as well as plans of improvement. We have seen 2 of our employees decide that teaching is not for them any longer, and so they've decided on their own to move on. We are also working on having courageous conversations. Oftentimes we can collect data, we can have discussions among ourselves, but it never gets down to where it needs to be, which is at the classroom level. Courageous conversations are very difficult. So we're providing opportunities to instruct them on ways to have those, but also support them as they're working through that. We are seeing positive impacts on our students and instruction. It is all still a work in progress, including our multi-tiered system of support. When special education came in to look at things and how they were going in Upshur County, that was one of the areas identified that we needed to take a look at. We didn't have one. We do have a pretty good draft in place right now, and then the implementation will follow. A large task is still in front of us, but together we are stronger. We are prepared, and we are prepared for success and a very bright future united for excellence in Upshur County. Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful update.
You're welcome.
Very enlightening and very positive, I might say. Are there any questions from the board?
Not
remarks.
A remark, not a question. Thank you so much for coming down and speaking with us today. Upshur County was really rocked to its core during the upheaval. And, your update is informative, it's positive, and I liked the fact that you defined high expectations. Be present, be prepared, be excellent. Pretty simple. I mean, and words that can be remembered. And you've turned over staff, your principals. How many schools are there?
There are 9.
There are 9. So 7 of 9 have new principals. And your teacher, you've mentioned that it's been pretty stable.
It has been stable.
Good. So healing is going on with because I know at the time this happened, there was a lot of hurt. And so you're taking steps, sounds like, to help heal. So it's a composite. It's a collaborative effort to get this done. So good for you and for everybody who's working together up there. The children certainly deserve it. The staff. And forward to that 70%, 80%.
I'm trying.
All right. I mean, I won't give. Going to hold you to it now.
I won't give up.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
First of all, thanks for being here, and I enjoyed your presentation because I liked how you cabined them within objective and subjective goals. So that's helpful for me. And how do you think about this in terms of time? How long do you think we're going to sort of be in your business, or what are you thinking about emergence? And it was a question I was going to ask Mr. Huffman as well, and I just forgot.
Well, I'm not much of a betting person or a gambling person, so I'm not sure I could project. But I still think that there's work to be done with the board itself. There's still some foundational understandings that we're working through. I still think that there are processes and procedures that still need to have what I call good reps. I wouldn't say it would be anytime soon, but
that's fair enough. That's
and,
good,
and
good
truly, this is the
to,
gentleman that kind of watches and
So you and Mr. Huffman both have mentioned some outside help that you've gotten to help, and this maybe is a question more for Mr. Kelly. But after we've done this more than a couple of times, because for Logan County it's been a repeat offender, do we not have more of a handbook as like, okay, here's what we're going to do in the first 100 days. Here's what we're going to do in the first year, and start working more toward these objective and subjective standards so that we know. I mean, I didn't hear anything about absenteeism in the prior discussion, or I heard that our test scores had actually improved, which I kind of scratched my head on that because nationwide test scores are not improving. So we can pick that one up later. But do you have like a handbook? It's like, okay, day one, we're going in here and this is what we've got to do. It sounds like she's turned the staff, the admin staff upside down with 7 new people. And that's usually what happens with change. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, these situations are both unique and similar. We see some of the similar issues, and we've gone back, and Ms. Crowder's taken her team back and looked at some of the old interventions. And I'd like to tell you that there's, a 4-year window or a 5-year window. We do know that the average intervention, I think prior to these two, was almost 7 years in time. As far as us having, control of those counties, I think anything short of 4 years is probably an unrealistic expectation. Mainly because that first year, you basically have to go in and tear a bunch of stuff down and build it back up before you can even get over to start functioning in a capacity to support student learning. Both Superintendent Miller and Superintendent Huffman had to go in and clean up a bunch of messes before. To a point, they're still interrupted at times to where they can't focus on what's most important, which is student learning. And so, do I think we could get out of these scenarios in the 4 to 7 range? Probably. But it's not a specific playbook either. If that was the case, we just do it all the time. We just implement the playbook. Now, there are elements of the playbook that we're always probably going to exercise in moving forward. But I think the key for me, and I don't want to speak for anybody else, not the superintendent or anybody with our team here, is things are better than they were when we got involved in both of these cases. What we have to be conscientious of moving forward is we can't put it back in a situation that's immediately going to get worse. What we see in many of these cases is that they start to slide back, and we can't have that. With the capacity and the infrastructure and all that stuff has to be so rock solid that when we step out of the equation, it continues to go. And at what point will we arrive at a situation where I can come back to the superintendent or to you all as a board and say, we think we're ready to do that? I don't know. I can't predict that. I don't have that crystal ball. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm probably less, I got to watch what I say, might be less concerned about the date which you emerge from state control. I'm more concerned about the next day that instruction and learning improves, because that's ought to be the goal and objective. And we've got to be able to separate, as you've done, the subjective from the objective to see if we're actually going in the right direction and at warp speed. Because if this were a business, there's no way in the world that you would have 4 to 7 years to do a turnaround.
Right.
You'd have 4 to 7 months to do a turnaround.
Well, part of the problem there is that we only test once a year. And I know that we have the beginning, middle, and end, and we monitor that stuff, and we use that data to impact teaching and learning throughout the year.
And I know where you're going to go with that. And
sure.
So I'd already thought about that one.
Yeah.
We've got to think about how we handle that. Because think about it. Let's say you, I hope you don't, but you trip going out of the building here, and they take you over to CAMC, and the doctor says, I think you might have broke your foot. But unfortunately, we don't do x-rays here but once every 2 weeks. So come back in about 2 weeks and we'll x-ray you. And then you got to wait a month before we can actually read it. No, you want that x-ray today, and you want to put in a cast. And so if we need to test more, and maybe it's not a full-blown, maybe it's more like an audit as opposed to a full-blown test, but there ought to be something that we can do that tells us whether we're going in the right direction.
And we do that. We do. We do the 3035, House Bill 3035 in our beginning, middle, and end of year assessments for our kids up through grade 8. And then I think you heard Superintendent Huffman mention PSAT. Do you guys do PSAT? Yeah, and you guys do PSAT there in Upshur. So we do get some other snapshots, but you also, within that realm, within the construct of the school day, I mean, we're constantly assessing kids. I mean, we're constantly, whether it be through homework or through biweekly testing or whatever, we're constantly doing that, and that process is in place. We just don't get as many of those hard numbers as we do with a test, a cumulative test at the end of the year. So I think all that factors in, and I lean a lot on Superintendent Miller and Superintendent Huffman to kind of give me that pulse, what they're seeing from their principals in those meetings and how things are going. So I think that takes place. And I trust these two to give us that information and let us know how it's going. But I mean, you just heard Superintendent Miller say it's not time, and it's probably not in the near future. And I imagine all of what you're talking about factors into that comment.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah.
And again, if we're in the state takeover, what our key takeaways ought to be that whatever you're learning, is instructive to every other county in the state. Because if you've got a new mousetrap because you've got so much scrutiny on you, we ought to take this and look for efficiencies and improvements all across the state.
So I think that we do have a mechanism to do that within the state, and that is the West Virginia Association of School Administrators, because we do meet monthly around different topics, but it also gives us an opportunity to network and speak with each other about the pitfalls or the celebrations and how we got there. We have learned over time that the best things to do are to look at those that are performing better than we are and ask, so what is it that you are doing, and steal those great ideas and figure out how do they work in our counties. But I also am going to go back to my old days of when I worked here at the department. School improvement. It is a proven method of constantly looking at where you are and where you want to go. It's in our state ESEA plan. It's been here at Brown University. It's been here for a long time. And if you can put that tenet in, just that simple cycle of looking at, okay, we've identified a problem. Here's the data that supports that problem. Here's what we're going to do about it. Then let's look at it again through some lens of data collection. Where is our progress? What do we need to rethink about again? It works. It's proven. And I think that, we need to continue to do that as we move through these. And I know people worry about getting back into that situation again. But I think if we can continue those conversations that we have in our organization, as well as thinking about that implementation of the school improvement model that we know works, I think that we will see improvements that won't drag us back, but will continue to keep moving us forward.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Going off again. Moving on to item H, Hampshire County Schools Special Education State of Emergency Review. Ms. Kreiner.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Blatt, Vice President Gabriel, members of the board. Originally, this update was scheduled for the January meeting, which was canceled, and so we're a little bit behind on our timeline here. In October of 2023, this board voted to declare a state of emergency in Hampshire County Schools related to the provision of special education services. In July of 2024, that state of emergency was extended to allow for additional improvement. Today, we are recommending to the board that the state of emergency be lifted in Hampshire County, provided the district agrees to continue the improvement efforts established during that state of emergency. And we have with us virtually today Superintendent Jeff Poncione, Special Education Director Amanda Billmeyer, and in person, Mrs. Sheila Patel from our Office of Special Education to provide an update on that progress.
Good afternoon.
I'll start and just talk a little bit about some of the improvements we've seen with Hampshire County Schools with regard to their special education implementation. Following the state of emergency, we already had a process in place before that for improvement, but following that, we went back and did another special education monitoring. And based upon the state of emergency and the follow-up monitoring, these are some things that I would like to highlight as far as improvements that Hampshire County has shown. First of all, they have participated in a number of trainings that have been provided by our office and the Office of Special Education, and also some of our sub-grantees, such as the West Virginia Behavioral Mental Health TA Center. So some of the topics, and this is not all of them, but I'll just touch on a few. Instructional practices, co-teaching, addressing overages on alternate diploma tracks, disciplining students with disabilities and working on the manifestation determination review process, behavior implementation with PBIS. Also, they participate in the Guideposts to Graduation initiative, which is our state systemic improvement plan. And along with that, there's a monthly community of practice that meets, and there are hands-on learning academies. They participated in those. We assigned a coordinator from our office to do bi-monthly meetings with the special ed director. She has been participating in those, and they participate in special ed conferences and events also that, there are too many to name right now. But I will say that following our spring monitoring in 2024, our monitors went back in the fall, and some things that they noted in person were that Hampshire County Schools was making significant improvements with regard to systemic change with their multi-tiered systems of supports and PBIS programs, their school culture. They specifically singled out Hampshire High School as being recognized for a lot of positive changes with school culture and in other areas as well under their new leadership of a new principal. They noted more academic rigor, high expectations, better classroom management, improved instructional practices, and standards-based instruction. Also, implementation of their SAT process and management of student behavior intervention plans. Another thing that happened as a result of the state of emergency, they hired an external specialist at the direction of this board, and they continue to receive her services. She works directly with the special education director, has presented to their local board of education, done trainings, and helped them to sort of change their mindset. One thing that we had really noted before was that special education was sort of a, there's the general ed students and then there's those students. There was a separation, and we're seeing more inclusivity and special education students are served more in their least restrictive environment. We have something in our office called the Targeted Systemic Improvement Plan, and that is based on the data from each LEA. They choose an area of weakness and they can participate in those monthly meetings. And I want to just commend Hampshire County Schools because not only do they participate in the monthly meeting for the area they selected, but it's optional. Anyone can attend all of those meetings. And Amanda Billmeyer, their special ed director, has attended all of the meetings to try to get the most leverage she can for improvement. Also, we have a CSI ATS school in Hampshire County that was identified for not meeting proficiency in the special ed subgroup. That's Cape and Bridge Elementary. We have a coordinator assigned to work with CSI ATS schools, and she noted documented growth with a solid improvement plan in place at Cape and Bridge. Secondary transition is an area that really the entire state struggles with, but Hampshire County really had some weaknesses in that area. They've shown marked improvement in that with participation in the Guidepost to Graduation events and communities of practice. And they're currently working on a work program that planning is in progress for that to help their students move on from secondary to post-school outcomes that are positive. I think that basically covers it. If you all have any specific questions, I can certainly answer those. And these are some highlights, but this is certainly not everything that the LEA has improved on. And I know that Mrs. Billmeyer has prepared some things to highlight as well, so I didn't want to rain on her parade.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next item on the agenda is.
This one's going to be action, so we got to have discussion. Action.
Where's there an action? Where's there an action?
Yeah.
I think they plan to speak.
Yeah. We've got one online.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Mr. Pancione, if you all would like to speak.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right. We apologize for not being in person. Of course, we're dealing with weather and we're not in school today. And as Sheila shared there, I want to give all the credit to Mrs. Billmeyer. I know she's been with us for 4 years. When she immediately came into the special education director, she had identified and started working, and it took a little while to catch up with her initial things that she had put in place, but we are thankful for her work. We have worked diligently. Her office has, alongside of our colleagues from Bev Nichols to Tanya Rakowski from the State Department to Sheila herself. We've taken that report, digested it. I think we're at a good point where we knew where our shortcomings were and how we don't want to go back there. We know that we have a clear direction that we're going to continue to move forward. I think I shared with the board when we were there in the summer that we wanted to become a leader in special education at the state level, that when other school systems maybe are in the same predicament, if we have been, that we can be a go-to person for them to come to, and we can share the good things that we are doing and we have put in place. Just to highlight some of the other things that the other previous have spoken, one of our majors was a change in leadership at our high school. That was the area that they were coming back. I had an individual that was a principal, and then she came to the central office and selected to go back to the high school and saw the need and was willing to make that change. And that has occurred. And she has 2 assistant principals that are in their second year. We have 3 out of 8 new principals in our other schools, and they're making progress. It's a change in mindset and moving forward. We're past the days where we had special education teachers who were veterans, who were knowledgeable, that sometimes the principal could rely on those individuals. That is not the case today. We've had a change of mindset and retooling and changing and training of our principals. They have to be the leads now in the area of special education, because we know the fact is many of the staff are not experts, are not trained, or not even carry a special education degree. So it is up to them to shoulder the burden and lead the way. I could go on, but I won't. Sheila, I think, covered many of the things that we had highlighted to share with you, but Mrs. Billmeyer is here if there's any other additional questions that you have. We are just to sure that was one of the things that they mentioned, that we would continue the progress. We are going to continue working with Bev Nicholson, who is our contracted consultant. We are going to continue to work periodically and monthly with the Department of Education with our assigned Mrs. Rakowski. We placed a IEP coordinator in place for high school. We are going to double up on that and add an additional person to support and oversee our elementary schools. So a lot of the stuff that is in place, we plan on continuing with that so that we don't go backwards. Any questions?
Any other questions?
I mean, they're together.
They're together.
Yeah.
They're together.
Yeah.
We are together, yes.
If there are no further questions, I have a recommendation here that the Hampshire County Schools be released from the state of emergency status.
Move to approve.
I hear a second. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item I. Special circumstance review and report for Pocahontas County.
Yes. My goal is to provide just an overview of some of the key findings and recommendations from the special circumstance review that we conducted at Pocahontas County High School. This report was originally slated for last month's meeting. So again, I'd just like to note some of the items that we uncovered. We have been working with the district to address prior to you receiving this report because delaying action on those issues would impact students negatively. And we wanted to get the ball rolling on those necessary supports as soon as possible. I'll just provide some high-level overview. You do have a full report there, and that full report will be released. And I understand the agenda does call for an executive session to discuss part of this. And so I'll just give you some key findings, and then we can continue discussion in the executive session. We visited beginning in October to look at some of the issues with transcribing of grades and the practices and procedures at the school surrounding counseling services, transcribing, scheduling at the high school. We had 5 areas of key findings. The first is that the comprehensive school counseling program plan was not current. At the time of the review, we did not have a certified school counselor employed, but it was evident from the review that the services had been lacking for some time. We had some key findings with regard to grading, transcribing, and scheduling. Evidence indicated a student was transcribed inaccurate transfer credits, and that may have been done as an intentional act and not as a just a simple error in clerical error. We just saw an overall lack of expertise and procedures to support accurate transcribing of grades and scheduling. Focus area 3 was leadership. We have had some turnover recently in some of those leadership positions, but there was, to summarize, a lack of expertise and communication in that area to support capacity building. We had some findings with regard to discipline and school safety. And lastly, there were a few findings there with regard to special education services. There was some notification paperwork that wasn't done in the correct manner. And there were issues with the principal having access to review the required camera footage from the self-contained classrooms. So having provided that high level, I guess we can discuss further in executive session.
With that being heard, I would like to entertain a motion to go in executive session.
Mr. Vice President, I move we enter into executive session under the personnel, privacy, and attorney-client privilege exceptions authorized by West Virginia Code 69A3 for discussions of items I and J on the agenda.
I move that we enter into executive session under the personnel, privacy, and attorney-client privilege exceptions authorized by West Virginia Code 69A3 for discussion of items I and J. Is there a second? Greg, we're good. Did you want to say something? Okay. All right.
I'll second that if no one else has.
No, all in favor.
Aye.
And the time is
1:08.
1:08. Let the record show that it is
2:03.
2:03 and we are back in regular session. Superintendent Blatt, do you have a recommendation on Pocahontas County for us?
Yes, sir. I would like to suggest that based on the information that has been provided, that the WVBE declare a state of emergency exists in Pocahontas County schools under West Virginia Code 18-2E5M2. I would like the board to establish a 6-month period for Pocahontas County schools to correct identified deficiencies with prioritized support from the WVDE. Also, the WVDE Office of Special Education conduct a comprehensive monitoring and review to ensure all policies and procedures regarding the provision of special education services comply with state and federal regulations. Pocahontas County schools continue to investigate the unauthorized transcription of inaccurate credits and grades and take personnel action based on the results of this investigation. That Pocahontas schools contract a WVDE approved consultant to provide support and build leadership capacity at the central office and schools. The WVDE Office of School Finance conduct a comprehensive review of local accounting practices and financial transactions, including but not limited to compliance with local procedures regarding employee contracts and stipends. And that the WVBE receive a 6-month progress update from the WVDE in Pocahontas County Schools at the August 2025 meeting and take action based on the report, including but not limited to an extension of the state of emergency or immediate intervention in the operation of the Pocahontas County school system.
Is there a motion to declare a state of emergency in Pocahontas County schools and to accept and approve the recommendations outlined by the superintendent? So moved. Do I hear a second?
Nancy, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item J, West Virginia Board of Education and the West Virginia Department of Education personnel matters and discussion of school law with legal counsel.
Just need a motion to approve the personnel matters.
Is there a motion that that we approve?
So moved. This is Nancy. So moved.
Second, this is Bob.
Motion is second. Motion carries.
Okay, one more for the WVDE personnel.
Where's that at? Oh, I see it. Okay. Do I hear a motion for the West Virginia Department of Education personnel matters? Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. West Virginia Department of Education reports. Madam Superintendent.
Yes, thank you. I would like to start with some exciting news that was embargoed until yesterday. Harvard University's Center for Education Policy Research has, over the past several years since the COVID pandemic, been doing a study on the states and how recovery is going for our students in reading and math. When you look at the efforts of 2022 to 2024, West Virginia ranked 6th in recovery growth for math and 11th in recovery growth for reading. They also looked at it from 2019 to the current 2024, and in that area, it was 22nd in math and 42nd in reading. So the years between 2022 and 2024, we've seen a huge increase and have been recognized in this report. They do state that it's the chronic absenteeism, which you've heard several counties mention and that we have a lot of work going on here at the department about, is the reason that this growth hasn't occurred at a faster pace. But this is great news for all of our counties, for the work that's gone on here at the department and what our teachers have been doing in the classrooms, all the time that's been spent in summer school programming and everything. To be recognized on a national level with this. And so I just wanted to make sure that everyone had that great news. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They had a full-page ad.
Yes, absolutely. Then we also have a report on our JROTC from Adam Cantor.
Thank you, Dave. Let's try this again.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Blatt, President White, Vice President Gabriel. I'm happy to be here today. Board members, thank you for having me to talk a little bit about our JROTC programs. I wanted to.
Not moving, Dave.
Dave just gave me a lecture on this. I can't figure out the mic. I can't figure out the clicker. We'll try this again. There we go. Okay, so our JROTC programs, this is from their actual website, but there's a long-standing tradition of successful programs across the country. In fact, the programs of JROTC have been in existence for over 100 years, providing leadership skills to students across the entire country. So I wanted to start out, I will keep this brief, happy to answer as many questions as you guys have, but I wanted to start out by talking a little bit about how our programs work. The Department of Defense actually defines, based on population, how many programs you can have in your state that you can start. So schools can apply to start one of these programs, but there is a cap on how many programs the Department of Defense will actually help fund. So what happens is they get into this shared cost agreement between the county and the school and the Department of Defense that provides a reimbursement for the instructors. You have a retired military instructor as well as another instructor. So there's always two instructors in the classroom. They provide uniforms for the classroom. They provide equipment. And then they provide the curriculum. So we are at max capacity in our state for all the programs that they help fund. But there is another option for our schools that we encourage through the funds that we distribute to the schools is the NDCC. And what that is basically the Department of Defense will still provide the curriculum for the school to be able to offer the same exact program. It's just up to the school to provide the funding for the uniforms, the instructor, just like they would any one of our other 64 CTE programs of study. Some of the competitions we hold regularly, there's competitions for drill, which is marching based. There's competitions for Raider, which is fitness and obstacle course based. And then you have your archery and marksmanship. The state actually funds, helps support one state competition in each of these particular fields. On a national level, we have some exciting news, as you all know, because I've stood up here and got all excited about tests, which is hard to do. But the NOCTI assessment that we use, it's a third-party vendor for our technical assessments. They actually have a partnership with the Department of Defense because both parties saw a really good investment for the entire country to provide end-of-program tests for each branch of military service that they have JROTC programs for. And so we're able to utilize those and get national data on how our students perform in their JROTC program. And I'm here to report good news. Our state actually performed 4% above the national average in our JROTC testing results. Some benefits that we offer in West Virginia, there are fulfillment credits. If you complete the JROTC program, you can get on your transcript fulfillment credits for civics and physical education. Nationally, if you complete the JROTC program and you go on to the military and you complete basic training, you actually come out as an E2. The JROTC has been accredited since 2005, has so many positive benefits for our students. You can see them on the screen. And one of the things that really caught my eye, though, that they do tout is that the dropout rate and discipline rate for JROTC programs is less than 1%. So I wanted to wrap things up. Hopefully you all got what we sent you in the Focus 24 CTE book that we sent in the mail. I hope you received those. If you didn't, please let me know. I know we've been having trouble at my house with FedEx. So if you have that problem, we are happy to print you another book, or if you gave yours away, we'll print you more. But here's some data that we did collect. These are the counties that have the JROTC programs. We had around 2,700 students. Around 1,500 students actually complete 2 or more courses. And then we had 256 students last year complete the entire program in our 33 schools with a passage rate on the test for JROTC of an 87%, which we were very proud of. And like I said, well exceeded the national average. So this is my report for the day. If you have questions, I'm happy to field those, and thank you for your time.
Adam, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Of course, we see the JROTC at so many events in the state. You know, they're doing the flag corps and the whole thing. What percentage of these students do you think go on to college? What percentage stay in ROTC if they go to college? What percentage don't go to college, go into the military? Do you have any sense of that?
We can pull those numbers based on what we call placement data. So at the end of every year, we do have every CTE program. A student who comes to 2 courses has to do that placement data. Specifically pulled JROTC out and done that. We do have some items on our docket of things to do to start providing placement data on a public forum, because I think it's very telling of students in CTE, and we find that a very valuable resource to share. So we are working that on our office to try to do that. And we're going to have conversations with how we do that. Do we do it by program? Do we do it by industry? How do we do those things? If you would like a really specific, detailed question like those answered, I'm happy to pull that data. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Well, and I know that CTE collects all sorts of completer data. I mean, the whole thing, and that's notable. Do these students have the opportunity to take the ASVAB?
Yes, they do. And actually, Clinton and I have been talking about some opportunities through ASVAB. They have some programs that we've learned about recently, some national that's happening across at other states, that the ASVAB will actually, they have a representative in West Virginia who will, they have, I can't remember what it's called. It's like ASVAB for schools. And what schools can actually do is utilize that test for all students. And there's different ways that you can register as a school if you want to allow the military to see the results, not see them, or if the student releases their results. And so we are going to start exploring some of those options as well, not just for our JROTC programs, but for any student in CTE that would be interested in having that, because they will come, they'll administer the test. It's free of charge to the school. It's just a free resource. And so there's not many things in life that are free.
Well, and the detail that you can get on those results is quite impressive.
Yes.
You know, it's academic, it's vocational interest inventory. It's really,
yes, it's one of the best tests.
I think and it's free.
Yeah, it's hard to beat.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Not a question as much as a comment. Just wanted to say what a fantastic program the JROTC is. My son's a junior at George Washington, just finishing up his 3rd year in JROTC. He's had a fantastic experience. I mean, it's absolutely critical, I think, for these kids to get exposure to leadership, discipline, physical fitness. And it's just a fantastic way to get exposure to all that, and also possibly create a career path for him. I don't know if he's going to go on and serve in the military, but at least he's been exposed to that, understand what it's all about, and he's learned some critical life skills through that. So kudos to you and all the folks out there running these JROTC programs, because I think it's critical for these West Virginia kids to get exposure to that.
Thank you. And we hear that so much from individuals who are involved. Everybody touts high praises.
If there are no further questions, the next item on the agenda is member updates. Mr. Wood, would you like to begin?
Yes. I have nothing. Thanks.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Since we were here in January, I've put together several. I attended a Christmas show for Rock Branch.
I'm sorry, I attended a Christmas show for Rock Branch Elementary students, and that's where our State Teacher of the Year, Seth Skiles, is. And I also got to go to his Get the Toyota car. And so that was very uplifting. I also recently participated in the Educators Rising meeting, which deals with middle and high school students who are interested in becoming future teachers. And I learned about something the other day called the augmentative alternative communication, which is used by children who have minimal verbal skills. And there's some individuals here in Kanawha County who have started a nonprofit to work with these children, and they're doing a camp in the summer, and they have shared what they're doing with some of our counties, and so that's just good to see. And I also did attend a principals meeting, which I was glad to be able to do. I was honored to be invited, speaking as a former principal, just to be able to be back in a group. It was in Summers County, and I left feeling hopeful and positive about what folks are trying to do for their schools and their students. And I realized that there are many challenges, but the good people we have in our schools who are really working hard to make a difference need to be recognized. And so, again, for me, it was good to be back in the trenches. That's where I belong. So thank you.
Last item on the agenda is future meetings.
Anybody online has anything?
Mr. Vice President, I do have something.
That's okay. I don't want to say anything.
Well, yeah, Mr. Dunleavy, Mr. Rotruck may want to add something, but I think Mr. Gabriel and I have done the same thing since we last met in regard to attending the West Virginia Association of School Administrators meeting that actually covered a lot of legal issues, which was quite interesting. And we also both participated in the groundbreaking ceremony for the new Anna Jarvis Elementary School in Grafton. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Dunleavy, did you have something?
I do not. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Mrs. Justice.
Mrs. Justice, do you have something?
Okay, Scott, Mr. Rotruck.
Mr. Rochuk?
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel. Yes, on January the 23rd, we had a WVPC board meeting in Morgantown. It was followed by a Teachers Ascend networking event and dinner. Really was interesting to hear what is attracting some teachers to come into West Virginia. Thank you.
Madam Superintendent, do you have something else?
Yes, I just had one more thing. You have a booklet called Preparing Tomorrow's Workforce, Education Progress in West Virginia. We had these on the desk of all of our senators and delegates this morning to make sure that they knew what the programs were that were going on. It has the highlight in it that I mentioned from Harvard University, along with the increase in our summative assessment scores. And then there's also a comment on that section around NAEP. You probably saw the articles on that where there was no significant improvement in many of the areas across all of the states, but that we were one of 15 states to improve in math over the course of the past year. So we thought this would be good information for them to have as to what's occurring across our teacher recruitment, our Strive initiative, our academics, and then our CTE programs, and the amount of people that we have participating in that. So just want to make sure everyone was aware of the purpose of these booklets.
I just want to say I appreciate all of you showing patience with me this morning. Okay.
It's been a joy.
It's been a joy. Secondly, future meetings. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education will be held on March 12th in Charleston. At that, I hear a motion for adjournment. Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel, for sitting in for me. I appreciate it very much. Hope to see everyone next month.